Hi, good evening. Good evening, IP.
Good evening, IP Samuel.
Hi, Debbie. Hi, Jules.
Hi, David.
Hi, Kim.
Hmm.
How's the weather there?
Hi, Benoro. Billy. David.
Good evening.
Hi, Victor.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, Willie here.
Hi.
여보세요? 정 교수님 통해 이야기해 보세요. Hi, Charmy.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. 말씀해 보세요. 들린가? 네? 뭐라고요?
Hi, someone.
네, 잘 들려요. 오케이. 내가 그 데이터 영어로 해놔갖고. 오케이. 우리 박승철 총재님하고 둘이 안 보이네. 박승철, 이 김한석 총재님은. 이정은 취향도 안 보이고. 하이, 조셉 코트란.
Hi, hi, Kodara.
Hi, Kim.
예.
Hi, Casey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, PIP Jacob.
마이,
Hi,
아이패드 제콥.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Fine.
Ready for day 2?
Yeah. 안 보이나.
How are you, Mr. Samuel?
Good.
Is Josh?
Good evening,
here?
Dr.
Yeah, we
K.
can start.
How's
Yeah,
everyone?
we only have about 7 ICM, so I think maybe we just have to give a minute or two. Ryan's arriving. So
Okay.
we only have about half.
Just
Good evening, Josh.
good morning.
Just a quick reminder that when during the voting time, only the official ICM members, the 15 people who are elected for as ICM, should exercise their vote. Others, please just observe. Don't cast their vote, including IOs and the other observers do not have voting in the ICM. And don't forget all the ICMs to vote, because you should not cast their vote when the Zoom poll coming. Yesterday we had a challenge with that. So please, if you have any difficulty, you just raise it there. Otherwise, you just click on the vote.
James, do you check, please? ICM member.
I think we still only have about 8 or 9.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8. Only 8 now.
Yeah, 8. So yeah, really we need 10 to have a meeting.
Tom is coming 9 now.
Yeah. So we seem to be missing.
Joseph, can you call Ori?
Shanavas Khan, are we having him today?
Yeah, he's coming. Yeah, he's talking.
Okay, he's missing.
Then just call Ori. And
Mr. Kim from APE Kim from Korea. Natalia. Yeah. Because we need 10 for business and for voting, which is not going to happen immediately. So maybe we can start. And we can do
with the
heat.
devotion and all. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, IP, we can start with the devotion and opening remarks. Then by the time the business start, we can count again.
So shall I give the opening remarks?
안 하십니까?
IP, can I start with the opening remarks?
김 총재님 소리를 소거해 놓으셨네.
Yeah. Yes, we'll start with the opening remark from IP Kesh Samuel. Samuel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, IP. Very good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all of you, and greetings and welcome to the second day of this first International Council meeting for the year 2021-22. Yesterday, we had a very hectic meeting with about 15 motions were placed and cleared. And a lot of other discussions took place, and we have today maybe another 15 more will be there. So the timing has to be very. We have to handle it very carefully. And yesterday we just went a little overboard. We extended the time to maybe about half an hour, 1 hour more. And here mainly we have to concentrate more on is the branding and our membership. These are the two major areas we have discussed yesterday. And about branding, when we come to Heal the World project, Heal the World is the unified global project brought in by our international president. And our ISD has made a statement yesterday and even before that we have to contribute towards that. And that is through the TOF and by doubling the TOF. That is what he has mentioned. Because if we are skipping one meal a day, and he suggested that we should skip 2 meals and double it and pay for it. So this project will go very well, and it will have a lot of attention from across the globe. And the second major the process we were discussing was our membership. And that is one of the major focus area that we have to concentrate on. And we have to work this time because, this we have discussed from 2017, 16, 17, 17, 18. That is the time we brought this idea of 50,000 membership. And, if we just go for the membership enhancement process, and that can be started from the club's level. And, there is a flyer is getting ready, and definitely I am going to put it in the IEO's meeting, next meeting, and it will be distributed to all the areas for how to proceed with that. And that is another major things, that we are planning, and it will definitely help us in the next 3 years to have a solid foundation we develop to have more membership. And, from there on, we will be able to increase our membership steadily. And the last thing is, see, the centenary celebration is coming in another year's time. And, we have asked the PR people to create a logo. And, I request IST got that logo with him, he may be presenting it. I request all the ICMs to respond to it with their comments through the email to the ISD. If there is any changes you expect or any kind of alterations you want, definitely we will go for it if it is, needed. And definitely we will discuss it in our group, and, we will make changes according to your taste, and it is going to be used only for the next year. And, we need your consent for that. That is why we are presenting it. With this, I just conclude my remarks because the time is also very short. And, I wish all of you a very good time, good deliberations and good decisions, and hope we will be able to conclude the meeting in time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. Next, Wai-Jin follow.
Once more we stand, using our hearts in beauty. We raise our hand, our service pledge renewing. Ne'er to deny our motto's claim, wise men in fact as well as name. Always our objects to pursue, we consecrate ourselves anew. As now we sing in comradeship or binding, our love we bring, reward in friendship finding. To every wise man far and near, we pledge devotion most sincere. Glory and pride, wise men to be, fill every heart with
next, ITTM Joss, open prayer, please.
Okay. Thank you, IP. Our gracious Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day and enabling us to meet online in this pandemic situation. Thank you for every seat that has been filled here today. We thank you for how well the meeting who conducted yesterday and the amount of work we accomplished in a limited amount of time. For each mind and heart that fills the presence in this platform, we thank you. Only you truly know what we are setting out to accomplish today. We have ideas, visions, and plans. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning, every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Forgive us for our pride. The pride that puffs us up, the pride that threatens to unqualify us. Strengthen our confidence in who you have made us to be. Set us free from comparison in order to work together efficiently. Pray. Heavenly Father, bless this meeting today. We come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace. Amen.
Okay, thank you, ITTM Joss. Next agenda, comment to one committee and task force report issue for consideration. First, let me summarize committee reports. Fraud fund expenditures. Chair Ineda Kurumia suggested that all PF cultural exchange grant for years 2022 to 23 should be used for PF applicant to attend the YMI 100 years anniversary, except the postponed PF trips. I think she proposed this with the International Convention 2022 in Hawaii in mind, but the International Convention 2022 has been cancelled, and as an alternative, a plan to celebrate the centenary in Taiwan will be discussed today as agenda item. Environmental Committee Chair Orlin Lambie commented that the YMI need to pay more attention to climate change issue and has done well, but need to be better. Finance Committee Chair Phillips
会のチェアは 本など、投資について、適切なことを
I would like to believe that the figures submitted as target by the APs were the minimum, not the maximum. I would also like to know how AP members want to be rewarded when they achieved their goal during their term of office. International Convention 2024 Site Selection Committee, Chair Kim Sang-che. There was only one bid submitted for their International Convention 2024. South India region submitted a bid form for International Convention 2024 on April 30th. With Hawaii turning down the offer to host in 2024 after the cancellation of Internal Convention 2022, the opportunity to conduct Internal Convention 2024 falls naturally to the only region which expressed the interest, South India. As you can see, the International Convention 2024 video presentation is part of today's agenda. Nominating committee, Jennifer Jones, commented that we need to cultivate the development of leaders who are world-minded and willing to act in servant leadership ways. Personal Committee Chair Jacob Christensen stressed the importance of securing an international headquarters office that meets modern standards and has ample space. And the motion to renew ISG Joshi's contract was passed yesterday. UN Project Committee Chair Jacob Christensen supports our partnership with the World YMCA and the Global Fund. He pointed out the importance of keeping all YMI members informed about the development and outcome of our partnership with the Global Fund. Time First Committee Chair Kim Sung-pyo required more attention for the continued development of youth and the implementation of cooperative projects with the YMCA.
And I will continue.
Let me conclude here and ask IPIP Jacob Christensen summarize the task force report. Jacob, please.
Thank you. And I will continue with a small summary of the task forces. And the first one is branding task force with Russell Jones. Recognizing the acronym YMI with our logo as a brand to take the movement forward into the next 100 years. Seeking advice regarding the need to register the brand. And the next one is Founder Legacy Task Force by Debbie Redmond and Kim Xiang-Xia. It is necessary to follow up on the money that has been pledged but not yet remitted. IHQ will update the donation history every month and publish payment and otherwise help in promotion. It would be good if we can promote financial contribution by posting the donation status in the IHQ news section of the IP newsletter every month. And the next one is Week for Waste by Ulrik Laursen. Promote 18 September. It is World Clean Day as the next target date for Week for Waste. A date for spring 22 will be announced later. And the next one is Centenary Celebration Team with Chair Hank Walter. And we try to raise $250,000 through honorary membership to support centenary projects and YMI. And the last one is Towards 2022 and Beyond, team chair by Charlie Redmond. Development of a system that ensures that APs are optimally informed on how to support effective communication between ISDs and their own ASDs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, IPIP Jacob. Is there any comment? No. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda. Constitutional consideration. Now we invite Constitutional Review Committee Chair Sylvia for the constitutional consideration. Sylvia, please.
Thank you, ICM. Will you please, Tracy, share the screen with me? Well, you have already heard about the International Constitution in the training for these meetings, ICMs, and you had also, I imagine, read it with care. Let me point out some topics that you will be addressing today. We already know these are the basic rules for the Association of Wise Men Clubs. And the important thing to remember also is that they have been constructed through agreements in our multicultural global scenery. That is how we function, because of agreement. Next. ICMs, you are here today as legislator. This is Article 4 that prescribes the legislative power of the association is vested in an international council. You have been elected as international council members, but you are expected to consider the interest of Wise Men International from an international perspective. When you were elected, your fellow wise men thought of many qualities, the qualities you had to have to be ICMs. And some of them were the willingness and ability to serve, and you are here today, given time, given the effort, the willingness and ability to cooperate, to work closely with others, and also strong principles, but a willingness to compromise for the good of the whole. This is most important. We want ICMs with very strong principles, but able to compromise, thinking of Wise Men International. And these are of great relevance today, and as were yesterday, you are operating under a constitution that is the result of such compromise. It gives us the legal frame for the operation of Wise Men International. It defines the purpose, the objectives, the basic structure, as the way to run our organization. And we are constantly enacting it, not only when you and I meet together here, but every day as club members, as officers at any level, even unconsciously. We are enacting the international constitution, which is constantly in use. You know, your guide is Article 4. You need a quorum to operate, and I hope it's already here. The 10 council members have regular meetings, at least one per year, is one. And you can have other meetings as called by the IP or at the request of one of you with a 20% approval of the council or of clubs in good standing. And also at the request of the clubs. And 20% of them are needed then. And also can transact business by mail. Guideline 401 lists many of your responsibilities, and some of them in functions, some of them you are doing now, today. For instance, dealing with budgets, determining international convention sites, initiating new projects, and providing maintenance and promotion for ongoing projects, set goals, maintain the constitution under review, and review the policies relating to many aspects of the organization, including the issuing and recalling of club charters. And your decisions will be adopted by simple majority. There are no motions in the approved agenda for today that call for the special two-thirds majority, and the simple majority takes into consideration only the members present and voting. Abstentions and eventual blank ballots, but not the case, should be excluded from the tally. This is also according to Robert rules. Majority means more than half, all right? And this is the way to operate. If there is a tie vote, if the international president will cast the tie-breaking vote, and a tie occurs when the number in favor of a motion are equal to the number of votes against it, but abstentions and absences are not counted. Your responsibility, as you know, to the international constitution is yours. You have to respect and observe it, but it's no news. We all have to do that. But also be very conscious of all the dispositions that define your roles as legislators. But you also may introduce changes into the constitution that from time to time may be necessary, and you will be called today to introduce at least one change. The thing is, you have to maintain the constitution and review. Why? Because we live in a changing world. The basic rules will change from time to time. It's good that a constitution is permanent, that it can only be amended from through some special procedures. But there is still more, and this is very important in today's world. If we go to the next slide, you will see it. We are affected by the way in which the world is changing, and changing so rapidly. In the last year and a half, the way in which we live, we work, we meet, we interact, even the way we think has changed, responding to the pandemic. And in the midst of these changes, we have to strive for a progressive interpretation of our international constitution. This is always done, and we are not alone in this. This happens all around the world. But today, it's even more necessary. We have to give meaning to what is written in the Constitution under present conditions. And I'm going to give you just an example. Who could have thought some way back, or when writing meeting, that meetings will be like today's one, around the world, around the clock, from our own homes? Yet we give a new progressive meaning to the word meeting and go forward. We retain, of course, the stability for our core values, what we believe in, what we want to be. And this is expressed through our purpose that I'm not going to read, because I know you all know it perfectly, because this is a solid foundation of our organization. You know, this constitution under which we all operate, it dates to 1973, is enforced since 1974. And as a general frame, it does not rule particular situations. And your great responsibilities as International Council members is to decide why and what to change, and also what to keep and why. You can change the constitution in two ways, or you should. Articles are changed only, can only be amended by the vote of 2/3 of the International Council, plus the vote of 2/3 of the clubs in good standing responding in a mail ballot. Guidelines may be amended at any meeting by the simple majority of the International Council that we considered a moment ago. An article cannot be amended by a guideline, and the motions for constitutional amendments must be moved and seconded by International Council members from different areas. And there's much to do. There's great enthusiasm. I can perceive that to do more, but always with the utmost respect to the purpose and to the objectives of Wiseman International as agreed by all in the International Constitution. Remember to acknowledge the duty that accompanies every right. And I thank you for your attention, for your commitment to Wiseman International. And may you and we all have a most fruitful and enjoyable second session of our International Council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. Do we have any comment and question? No. Now moving on to the next. No. Now moving on to the next item. Policy for the revoking club charters. As Josh and CRC Sylvia will explain about the policy of revoking club charters. Josh first and Sylvia second. Go ahead, please.
Okay, let me put the slide up. This is about a requirement in the Constitution that we need to have a policy that allow the International Council to revoke the charter of a club if they violate the rules and regulations of the association. Why it is needed? If you see in this one, this is the charter certificate we issue to the clubs. This has been from, I think, from Judge Paul William Alexander time. This is been following the same text. And it says that this charter shall be effective from this date and shall be remain and valid as long as the members of the local club conform to the laws and rules of the International Association. Otherwise, the charter shall be revoked. So this is as per the guideline 5.06. This is the guideline also in there. And that based on this guideline, this has been stated in the charter certificate. So this is the primary condition which is known to every club. And as per guideline 4.1, where Sylvia just introduced us, one of the responsibility of the council is to formulate policy related to issuing and recalling of club charters. Then, at present, we have only one item in the Constitution, that 904. It says failure of a club to pay international, area, or regional dues for a period of 18 months will result in club's charter being revoked. It doesn't say that if a club pays dues, but they acted against the international constitution or the constitution or their own constitution, or it act against the principles of the organization, laws of the governing that is being listed for clubs, there is no action can be taken at the moment. So the policy which is being suggested is that we need to have a process The club charters, as per guideline 306, shall remain valid only as long as club members conform to the laws and rules of this association. An affiliated club shall have its membership revoked for any act or failure to act in violation of the purpose, objectives, mission, or constitution of the international association as determined by a consensus by the international executive officers and the international secretary general after an investigation and duly hearing from the concerned club and decided by a majority of at least 2/3 of the members of the international council. Voting will occur at any meeting of the council or via mail ballot. The decision of the international council shall be final. So this is the proposal. The basic background of the proposal is to have a process in place. Then the IOs are and Secretary General are responsible for handling the investigations and other process with the in the system, and then we need to have a space for hearing from the concerned club, and then all this document has to be submitted to the International Council, and the International Council feel the necessity is to revoke the charter. It has to be approved only if there is 2/3 of the council members agree to that proposition. So this is the suggested policy. And if Sylvia, if you want to add anything, please go ahead.
Yes, I would add that here all the warranties are given to the clubs, because remember, the International Association of Clubs is Wiseman International. And here all the members of the clubs are given all the warranties for whenever they may place themselves in a situation against our principles, against the purpose of Wiseman International, and act in such situation, there is a way out, a way to protect the organization. And as you see in the policy you just read, all the process is a very detailed one, and a one that gives all the securities to the organization on how to act.
Oh, thank you, Josh and Sylvia. Any comment and question?
Perhaps we should place the, well, you have seen the motion, you have received it in the motion, and so I expect that everyone has carefully read it.
David has his hand up.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvia. Okay.
David wants
next.
to say something. David has his hands up. Shanawaz Khan also hands up.
Shanawaz Khan?
David and Shanawaz Khan, their hands are up. Maybe James, you can remove it because they have this been. No, we are not dealing the motion now. It will be dealing on motion after during the motion time only. But this is only to discuss the background. David, your hands up. Shanawaz Khan's hands up.
Yes.
That's Shanawaz Khan here. Yeah.
Yes.
This Korean.
May I talk? May I say?
Korean Kima.
Yeah, Shanawaz is talking. IP.
Yes, Shanawaz Khan, please.
Yes, IP. This is a very important matter to consider. Anybody, not only for the paying of dues is enough for our right to recharter the clubs, because if they are taking steps against the principles and interest of the Wiseman International and our good organization, then it will be take very serious, and the ICM want to keep the right to decharter such clubs. Somebody are unnecessarily interfering with the international matters without any special right. They are not going to the club constitution or region constitution or area constitution, and they are not discussing any matter in Troika level or filing any complaints. They are directly sending complaints to all the leaders and all members of the clubs and all club officials directly to international. In one case, one of our past member ICM sent letters to all clubs in my period. When I was the AP, it critically affected our membership development and club extension also. I asked him to not continue this process, to send letters to all clubs internationally against the principles and decisions of international basement leadership and the proceedings of international meetings and other activities. But he is not obeyed, and again the filing complaints before the international before the courts for unnecessary matters and blaming our reputed organization. So this type of activities everybody is continuing. Which club is initiating for that? We want to make inquiries, and we will keep the right to decharge that club. That is my opinion. Our Sylvia, she done very much initiative to do all these things and keeping our constitution internationally, and international constitution and area constitutions, regional constitution, etc., etc. She is taking much pain. That will be honored, and we will follow the matters she is pointing out for considering the international matters. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Saravaska. Is there any comment and question?
David Lewis waiting.
Yeah, David Lewis, please.
Yeah, good evening, IP Kim and everyone. The presentation by ISG Joes only talks about disciplinary action on a club. I wonder when was the last time the international constitution was reviewed, and maybe at the motion, when we come to the discuss a motion, we should be looking at the consideration for the review of the constitution of the association as a whole, because there may be other issues that need to be addressed in the constitution which are presently overlooked. Over an area level, we have faced this kind of situation last year, and we have addressed accordingly, but there are no clear provisions in the international constitution to allow us to take certain course of action. So I think it's quite timely, since there is this disciplinary consideration to be taken into account, that we should review the international constitution as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David Lewis. Is motion screen, please.
Joe, so I wonder if it's not the best time to deal with the motion. It's fresh in everyone's mind. Otherwise, there'll be more discussion later. I wonder.
You want to? Yeah, okay. Then we can do this motion now. If it is fine, then we can.
Dr. Kim, do you think it's a good time to do this motion?
Yes,
okay.
Okay.
IP agreed.
I think so.
Now screen, please. Yeah.
So I have the mover as Brian and the seconder as Shaju. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brian, could you read the motion?
Yes.
Brian, read please.
Yes. So the motion reads that the current guideline 309 of the International Constitution be renumbered 310, and a new guideline 309 be approved to read as follows. Club charters, guideline 306, shall remain valid only as long as club members conform to the laws and rules of this association. An affiliated club shall have its membership revoked for any act or failure to act in violation of the purpose, objectives, mission, or constitution of the International Association as determined by a consensus of the International Executive Officers and the International Secretary General, after an investigation and duly hearing from the concerned club and decided by a majority vote of at least 2/3 of the members of the International Council. Voting will occur at any meeting of council or via mail ballot. The decision of the International Council shall be final.
Thank you, Brian. We'll discuss this motion later.
Dr. Kim, I think the suggestion is that we do it now because it's currently being discussed. I think it's a good moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take a long time to do it again later. The similar comments will come up and so on. So if you agree, I think it's a good moment to vote.
Okay. This motion, void please, yeah. This second, Saju Sam, comment please.
I have no other comments other than whatever shows in the motion.
Dr. Kim, I think we've skipped over Brian in case Brian had anything to say towards the motion.
Does anyone wish to speak favor of this motion?
I would like to propose a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Dr. Kim, I think we just have to go through the process. I think we need to check with Brian as the mover if he wants to speak for or against the motion as the mover. Brian, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything additional.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Shaju has already said no. So now we're asking for people speaking for the motion.
And we have David.
David, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. In speaking for the motion, I would like also to propose a friendly amendment to the motion. In that, I would like to propose that in addition to this amendment to the guidelines, that the task force be instructed to review the constitution in totality, so that the incident that we are experiencing right now with the litigation in Geneva will not be repeated in the future, so as not to waste our invaluable resources, manpower, and finances. Thank you.
David, I think that's a different issue. You could probably raise that. Yeah, I think we're mixing two issues. I think
Sylvia,
we should deal with this motion.
Yeah.
Sylvia?
Sylvia, comment, please.
That's what I was going to say. This is the different issue. And David, the Constitution is constantly under the review, not only by you, the Council of the International Council, but by the Constitution Review Committee. As I said, every disposition in the Constitution comes from an agreement. We cannot sit in a room, some of us, and decide, well, this will be a much valid constitution and this will be attack proof. We will never be attack proof. Why? Because of the way we are. Remember, we are an international association of clubs, and our work is based in goodwill, and we work in mutual respect and affection, and that makes us both strong and weak. The constitution is always under review. You don't need a
minus 10
special task
അവിടുത്തെ
force.
ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഇപ്പം
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
David Wang,
No,
do you agree
just,
with this motion?
yeah. Sorry, Dr. Kim, can I just say 1 minute?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. One thing I want to make a statement that this constitutional amendment does not have any relations with the current litigation. It is nothing. It is just to creating a constitutional provision that is needed in the organization. It has no relations with that one. We should not have any reference to the current litigation, which will be a sub judice matter. So this has no relations with the current litigations that we are facing.
And this is very important. It won't be a retroactive. It will be just give a way to act when clubs that got together in the International Association of Wiseman Clubs act against it.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia and Josh. Will anyone speak against this motion?
Not against it, but I do have a clarifying question.
Say question. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Is there a reason why we went with 2/3 vote instead of simple majority?
Can I respond to that? IP? As per our club constitution or constitution of organizations, as per our constitution, the clubs are the members. If it is a local club, if you want to remove a member from the club, you need to have 2/3 majority. So that is a general rule in removing membership. So that is, and then we also want to make sure that this rule shall not be misused by any other thing. So it should be a due diligence process.
I think that's whenever you see you need 2/3, you know you're dealing with something serious.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be done too easily.
James, you have your microphone open.
Oh, thank you. No, maybe you heard my point. I think whenever we see 2/3, you know that you're dealing with a serious topic, and I think it, as Jose ensures, it kind of secures the process and that it's given due process. That there is, I think, for something as serious as removing a member from the association, there needs to be not a unanimous decision, but almost unanimous to ensure that that the process is correct.
It's like giving guarantee.
Thank you, James. Yes, will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now put the motion on the Zoom poll, please.
So another reminder that this is just for ICM's voting, and we should be looking for 14 votes with 1 absent.
Who is absent today?
Beyond
Avi.
김한섭 총재 여기서 투표하시면 됩니다. S 누르고 제출 누르면 됩니다.
In each case, I'll always allow 60 seconds for the voting, and as long as we have a quorum, I will close the voting after 60 seconds. So at the moment, there seems 2 members that haven't voted, assuming the 12 that have voted were all ICMs. So 10 more seconds for those people to get their votes in. But at this moment, the motion will pass with 12 yes. Now 1 abstention and 2 absent. So the motion passes.
13.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Yes, 13.
Okay, this motion passed. It's yes 14, abstain 1.
Yes, 13,
okay?
abstained 1.
Okay.
Yeah, there
Okay.
are 14 members, so
Yeah.
1 is absent.
Okay, this motion passed. Thank you, everyone. This next agenda. Next agenda. Branding to bring us into the next centenary. We've put 3 categories as a starting point to think about. First, strategies to improve visibility, positive messaging ideas, and creating of global communication team are to be discussed. Would you speak up first?
Sorry, can I initiate a topic based on the PR strategy?
Yeah, 3 categories.
Yeah, just one. Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Yeah. Yeah.
Branding brings us into the new century. You remember we had during the ISD meeting, those who participated, we had a presentation on our new from the ISD PR, Mathukutti Sebastian, to have a relook on YMI brand by highlighting positive and naturally draw focus on where we want to be and what should we highlight? What are our positives, best features? While these are a few common areas that transverse all the areas and regions, our fellowship, our service, our global reach, these are the core things that we market to a new member. What makes YMI attractive will vary depending on our culture, age, education, and many other factors. A key fact that a good PR is knowing your audience. Stick to the key words and phrases. This is one of the key things. Repeat these words often across various platforms and communication like. Use some of the common hashtags, the spirit of Wiseman, why am I building better world, why am I heal the world. These kind of hashtags will give a digital world more visibility for us. Issue regular press releases and other statement of important events, our monthly emphasis, 100-year celebration and activities. Watch for and build on news and messages from ISQ. International messages shall include or incorporate into local communications. Skills is required to develop content that is required and appealing in a local context while ensuring the same takeaway. Consistency and commonality are essential in maintaining a global identity. Look for new and other areas or regions that might be appealing to your local audience. Stories that will be highlight the global nature of our organization and scale of our impact. Everyone loves a personal story. That is very much missing in our communication, in our visibility. Wherever possible, highlight first-hand accounts, personal testimonies. We recently saw one of the things from our IP international immediate past ICM from Canada, Murray Dunbar. A story was been published about his 50 years of Wiseman in a newspaper. That was a powerful testimony. That's kind of things we need to see more. Get and use high quality photos and visuals. Be critical of the content you use. Publication of a bad photo or poorly written message can sabotage your communication goals and damage the credibility of the YMI as a professional organization deserving to be taken seriously. So there is a membership cycle we need to be aware of. Awareness is the key. Advertising and publicity, story sharing. This is key. Curiosity. Please don't tell the whole story. Use personal anecdotes and engaging opening lines that will make people want to read and learn more is essential. Cook a quick catchphrase, that music segment that gives a quick glimpses at who you are, what you do, and just simple insights curiosity. In theory, it should be different from your logo or tagline. Why am I? Why not you do you? Why not be a better you? For better world, wise men, wise women, wise youth, or wise you. Onboarding, proper engaging member orientation, give new members ownership in the club from the beginning, recognize talents and assign responsibility. Retention is another key thing, keeping things fresh by bringing in new people and new experience is essential. A club should be a living, evolving being and should not be a static thing. The third part is about partnership and publicity. This is we are very much missing in our organization. Creating a buzz is very essential. This is only to become known, is to be talked about, and while some self-promotion is healthy and necessary, constantly tooting our own horn would be a bad form. This is where partnering and working with other like-minded groups is useful. Not only you increase our impact and our influence, but we can get other people talking about us. It's a win-win situation when you partner with other organizations. And the other one is the fundraising. How do you make fundraising as a marketing strategy? And then everyone loves and good cause. Many times our branding strategy, we miss the fundraising aspect. We do not use fundraising as a promotion activity. Make giving as a fun activity and raise awareness using raffle auctions. All these kinds of fun activities will make our stronger. Other events and then quizzes and games. Making the old new, because we are a 100 years organization. We have many our practices in the past. And these are valuable even now, but how do you make the old new? This is generation of upcycling. Making the old new again should be a priority. Our club model may attract younger members if we branded or rebranded and adjusted, have a slightly more modern structure with more flexibility and perhaps less ritual, because the young generation does not like anything ritual. Our new opportunity is the centennial. Involve our community, local community in centennial event. That is why the centennial team has prepared 100 ideas to involve your community in the centennial thing. Everyone loves party. Bring the local community into the party. Then next one, how do we use the Heal the World as a marketing strategy for our movement? The International Volunteer Opportunity can attract young members. Take a group of young people, go into the another place, do a service there. It's a way to make a difference and develop cross-border fellowship with a purpose. And then, last but not the least, consider a relook on our logo. Sometimes our 100 years we were using the same logo, but sometimes we also need to relook whether we want to be a little more modernized with the current context, whether our sample image, this is just a sample image, it's not the one we are proposing right now, but we have to think about what could be a modern way of expressing Weizmann International, our YMI, in what message people should know. And this also need to have a global communication team, because in all the regions, sometimes in the club, we have a regular communication person who is very active in social media, making all the bulletins and other activities. We need to rally those professionals as a global communication team. And then if all of them have a same kind of mindset, then in the end, all the bulletins, even the IP bulletins, even YMI World, all the regional bulletin, club bulletins, we all should have a same style. So the people recognize the Weizmann International everywhere look the same and with different activities. So that way, now if I look at the bulletin style, it's all different. Even our YMI World formatting, even our IP news formatting are different. So we need to have all the professionals coming together and create things, because we have enough members, resources within our movement. and we can use it, making it as a consistent, stay and uniform, so that our visibility and brand image will increase. So this was the basic essence of presentation we did during the PR session last time. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Does anyone speak this motion? No?
Dr. Kim, there's no motion. Maybe we just need to ask for any questions or comments.
Comments or opinions on this topic.
Yeah. Any question and comment?
Yes.
No motion. This is just discussion.
Yeah. Brian Minal?
Yes,
please.
it's just a small point that part of that making our communications, newsletters and bulletins and promotional materials work in this era and with a younger audience is that things need to be formatted to work horizontally on a device screen rather than be put together assuming that somebody's going to print it out on regular size paper, which gives you this long vertical format, because most of people are now reading things on the screen rather than printing them out. And it's really frustrating to, particularly if things are in columns like a newsletter and you got to scroll up and down and up and down and up and down to follow your way through. It's a simple technical issue, but it's something people go with what they're familiar with for the last decades, and the computer screen has really changed what the regular format should be. So.
Good. Thank you, Brian Minal. Lisa, any comment?
I believe CM has her hand up.
Thank you, Trace.
Thank you, Tracy. I think there is a lot of great content that ISG Joe's presented. And I like the idea of having a community of branding experts throughout the movement, which is fantastic. It'll help ensure consistency of messaging and that we're doing things the same way. And more importantly, it's sharing like this brand vision the same way. My question is, have we looked into hiring either a consultant or bringing on board someone part-time to help lead this so that we can ensure things are up to date, consistent, and that we take into account the points that Brian just made, so that way we stay nimble and relevant moving forward, and that we evolve with the times as technology and needs evolve.
Thanks. Thanks, Tiham. This is exactly we are proposing, because once we have a group of people, we need to hire a professional for a period of time to engage in this process. We can take good professionals from anywhere in the world to work on this one with our team, to educate them and to create standards. And this is the idea. We don't have the expertise within us, but we can hire it, and it won't be a bad investment.
Lisa, any comment, question? Okay, thank you all for your valuable ideas. I believe ISG and IHQ would follow by collaborating with the branding ISD and the task force.
Yeah.
This next agenda. Recording and sharing our story. ISG Josh will start by explaining the digital archive platform that has been set up currently, and Sister and Debbie and IHQ staff Trish will follow. Josh, go ahead, please.
We will together will present a sharing. I will just explain the background of it, what is happening in the past. Maybe Debbie will be explaining, but in the future, I will explain what is intended. As you all know, if I ask the question as IAP, where are you storing your minutes? Where are you storing your bulletins? Where are you storing your communication letters during your AP's time? And then how your incoming people or the people coming in your membership in your area is having an access to it. I'm sure you all have sufficient data, and at the same time, you also think about what is happening at the regional level. I can see a lot of messages from bulletins from regions, and where are they going after it is being splashed out? And it is going somewhere, it is there, but it is not, we cannot trace it. So if you work on, in the past, when we were before the digital era, we keep all the data physically. There are regular communication to the archives, and then we have sufficient data. If we want to write the history of last 10 years or 20 years, we will not have anything in the digital era to use that as a model for it, as a base for preparing something. This is the reality. Next 100 years, we should prepare a space where the regions, the areas, and even the different program, international, and our leadership has the space to upload, keep their data in one space safely, so that they can access it, others can access, our photos can be viewed in galleries. This is what we were looking for. And we have been looking this for several months or maybe a year, and we found out one place, and we will, Tracy will present that one. Before that, the current state of our archives will be shared by our historian, Debbie, and she is the historian and she is the history, I would rather say. Over to Debbie.
Debbie, please.
Thank you. Yes, we have our information stored in Minneapolis in the archives, and it is in association with the YMCA of the USA. Those items that are stored there can be requested. We can request information and request to have things scanned. However, during the pandemic, it has been impossible because the archives were shut down. If I make a request, I can request a box and have my committee go and search the box. And if they find something, then a request has to be turned in to have it scanned. So it takes a long time. Right now, I am still waiting on something that I requested in January 2020 before they shut the archives down, which means I haven't had anything from the archives since 2019. In fact, I think the last thing I received was in November 2019. So, you know, if somebody requests something from me, unless I have any information myself, we have not been able to do it. In real time, you know, if I still make a request, the quickest I can get anything is 2 months. Somebody doing research to have to wait 2 months is a little too long. And if you want just some basic information to wait, you may have forgotten what you were requesting in the first place. So this has been really hard. And to get on the list to get something scanned is hard too, because we are a subsidiary of the YMCA archives, which means they have top priority. So if they have a project going on, theirs will be taken before ours will. So if anybody needs anything, and nobody has sent anything to be stored, I think the last one to send something was PIP Henry Grindheim. He did store some items. All of the area presidents and all of the international presidents should have their speeches and their newsletters and all of that available, and they have not been sending that as it is. So I think something that is digital now would be a heck of a lot easier for any of us to access. Any questions?
Rosanna has her hand up.
Okay, thank you, David. Is Trish, Boyd, please.
I believe Rosanna has a question first for Debbie.
May I, Mr. President?
Yeah, Rosanna? Yeah.
Yeah. It's difficult to know which how to proceed. Is there something written on which type of document to send, Debbie, for the archives to keep the information at area level or regional level? Is there some structure or something to whom to send? I know we have to send the history to you, and you have received from Latin America a lot of information. But for that you said, our speech as area president or ICM members, or our history inside the area and then the regions, is there something written or some model or something to how to send the information and to whom?
Well, we have in the past requested specific items, whether it's the minutes or whether it's the photos. The archives right now do not really want to handle clubs. And that's why I think we need to have something else. We need to be able to have that information available.
Yeah. So when Tracy present that one, you will see what is our next. So we don't need to bother about our past, but we need to see how our past documents could be transmitted to the new system. And so that is the key. Then let Tracy present then the new platform where everyone, you don't need to send to anyone. You will have a user ID password. You can upload it yourself. And that is the new one. So let Tracy present it, how it works, and how and you can create your own categories, and a lot of features are there. Let's over to Tracy.
Yeah, thanks, Jose. I had created a PowerPoint as well to accompany the demonstration, but as we are running over time, I think I will share that separately. It will give you some more information about how the platform form was selected, what the criteria we used, and a bit more detail on the situation that Debbie has described. So I will just share the platform. So here you can see what would be the landing page, the login, and we have our own subdomain, which is archives.wiseman.org. And as you said, we've said, you can come to this page and eventually create your own account by checking here, and you would have a form like this. So we are still working with the program administrators and the organizers in India to create the form the way that we want it. It will include your area, region, club information, etc. here. So this will be changed. So I'm just log in with our admin password. Oops. So this is under construction, and we've just started working with the company in India the last week or so. So, and Debbie and Jose and I had a first introductory training session just a couple of days ago. So you can see on the home page that we have for the moment 3 root categories, main categories, or 4. The YMI partners will eventually include the YMCA, the WISE Minute, and our WISE Youth Group. Here, if I click on the area, you can see we have our 8 areas. And then also underneath that in subcategories, the regions. And from here, once you create a folder, you can upload material. So you can see I've uploaded one sample document, which is the flyer from the Regional Convention of Abuja. So I will just maybe go through so this will be the administrative categories. So what we plan to do is that obviously Debbie and IHQ staff will be super administrators, which will have all rights, and then we will give certain rights to areas and regions to access and upload their information separately. So this is something that we can manage under group management, where you set up different groups and you give them different permissions and authority based on what you want to allow them to do. So that's one thing, and we're still working on getting those set up. These are all just temporary categories at the moment. Then, as you saw before, we have set up for the moment 4 main categories. You can create new ones as well. So if I wanted to create a new category, I would click here and create a category. In addition, and user management is for people who are registering to be users of the system. And this is where your information would be stored. And the plan is to have several types of memberships that will, club members would be able to log in and see and download information, but not be able to create content probably. But as Debbie mentioned, getting archive content or seeing anything that we have currently stored in the archives is very difficult, if not impossible. It takes several months at the least. And this will give, this platform gives people an ability to sit at home and log in their computer and see documents that we have stored. So there is the search feature as well. So you can search by keywords, title, etc. So if I just put in convention, and you see that flyer comes up. I mean, obviously there's very little content at the moment, just some sample. So, and then in addition to that, there's something what they call the photo gallery, which everybody can see and can play. Just a sample again. And what else should I mention? Yeah, so I said that the idea is, and we're still working on this, is to get everybody set up with, so that you have area and region administrators that will be responsible for uploading content about from their areas and regions, and be able to share that content in different ways. So I think that's a brief outline of what the system can do. As I mentioned too, that the company is India, but our data will be stored on the cloud in Switzerland. So we're meeting our GDPR requirements regarding privacy and data storage. And as I said, there's a PowerPoint that will give you some more information about the price and the other features of this program and what we're hoping it to do, which I will share later. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this point.
And this also has some features that when you upload a document, you can select whether you want to give it to all see by everyone or not to see by everyone, whether it can be downloadable or don't downloadable. So if an area putting up their minutes, they can choose it's only for them, not for anyone. So they can click on that one, then no others can see it. Then, but there are places where you can give permissions for others to watch it and see it and download it. This is also possible. So a lot of this is mostly used for medical data storage, and also universities, libraries. So it's a wide range of features inside this platform when you are going into that. And you don't need to download the data. That is another feature, because if you want to watch a video uploaded it, you can see it in there itself. So you don't need to download it. You can watch in the system itself, like kind of a website itself. You can watch it there. And also the data, also if a PDF document is a big PDF document, you can watch it on the screen. And if you want to have a copy only, you need to download. Otherwise, you just
Wise Men International took.
Go ahead, President.
Yeah, so I was just trying to demonstrate what Jose was saying. So here you have our YMI introductory video that was uploaded, and it can stream here and you can watch it directly. So I believe, Rosanna, you have a question?
Yeah, Tracy, is it possible to download information from there and use it free? I mean,
Yes.
for example, if I want to use in my area some of the information or even if it's history, as Jose is saying that some of the information can only be seen for some people. The one that it's seen for everybody can be used worldwide?
Yes,
Yes.
it is. It is up to the uploading person. If a Korea area wants to protect for them only, then only seen by that area. So the others cannot see it. So that way they can be protected. So everybody can use their private data, privacy data and public data in this place. And they can see what permission can be allowed for others. That's folder management is there. And then you can trace the data. Search function is very easy. You don't need to bother about what keyword. If you put any number, any name, if you put just YMCA, all documents reference to YMCA will come. So it's like just searching on the website, or on the Google. So same features there. And there is a translation also be added where you will get translated data. So if a Korean the publication of a newsletter, you can see in English or even Spanish or any language you want, at least according to the standards of the Google translation. So that is also there. And then you can search in your own language. If you want to search a data in Korean language, you can do it. That will also, the search function also in different languages. That is also possible.
So here, Rosanna, you see with a group setup, so I can check which information I want to give permission to see. So that's important for the areas or regions who are setting up and managing their data to create categories of data, because you'll see these here and you can check which you want to allow and which ones you don't.
Okay, thank you, Trish and Josh. Is there any comment and question?
Our only request that all the area and region should appoint a person for helping with us to upload this data. And that person should stay for at least 2 years for as an archivist, digital archivist, or you name it some name. And that person should be responsible for doing that one. They handle the permissions and all. This is the support we need from all the areas and from all the regions.
Josh, we'll discuss the motion. It's about this agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. This next agenda. Audited finances. Second reading or focus on improving program performance. It's ISG, IT.
IT.
Okay. IT staff, please.
Okay. Thank you, IT. Hi, everyone. The audited account which consists of IHQ accounts and audited India area accounts having been verified by the auditors and finally certified within 21 days of the closure of the year in itself is a great achievement. I would like to congratulate Amin, who is comparatively new to the job, International Accounts Manager for India and the past IT, Philip Cherian, and ISG Jose, whose hard work made this possible and made my job easy. I take this opportunity to thank them for their untiring support and every help. Going to the accounts, one major area of concern is a continuing drop in international fund contribution. Going to 2021 accounts, on the brighter side, financial income has increased by the 133,000 compared to last year. Total assets of the organization grew by 900,000 CHF. This is 18% or 1/5 increase compared to previous year. Due to the COVID pandemic, travel restrictions savings in expenditure is almost 25%. This include ICM and mid-year meeting, 60,000 CHF. RD Summit, 108,000 CHF. IO travel, 14%. And others, 11,000 CHF. Total into 193,000 CHF. On the income side, international dues was less by 50,000, which is approximately 6% compared to last year. And the total income is less by 120,000 CHF. That means 11.5%. With the favorable financial market and substantial saving takeovers in expenditure, we could end the year with a net surplus of 339,000 Swiss francs. Now I request ISC Jose to take over for further clarification. Jose, please.
I will share about the budget part. Yesterday we discussed about the auditor report has been sent to all, and then there is no question or comments has been given for budget or audit report. But I will just quickly run through the budget part for what we will do next year. The budget which we propose for next year is almost similar to what we are this year now. There is a few things, there will be some change. We are expecting that the membership will grow a little higher this year, because the pandemic is become a bit quite normal for us. So we expect around 840,000 next year, this year. Then, so similarly, the program contribution also, we are expecting a slight increase. So what we are anticipating is from 928,000 to 972,000 is the operating income we are expecting for this year. And with the expenses for operating expenses, we have an increase in the, you can see there is an increase in the salary budget. It's mainly the ISG is moving to Geneva, because earlier the ISG's placement was in Chiang Mai, where the operating cost and the expenses were less, and which is being changed to Geneva. So this year there will be an increase in the expenditure related to that. Will be the major. Some other staff adjustments are also included in that budget. Then operating cost also, we are anticipating almost similar budget, same budget we put as last year. Then the satellite office, we will continue the satellite. We have the youth staff there. We will use that as an outsourced place. So that will remain continuing for outsourcing. And then that has staff now being partially used for the area support. Also, we are allowing her to work for the area too, encouraging her to work for that. So that space is being utilized as well. International officers travel. This year we expect some travel. This year I will explain to you what are the travels we are expecting. The mid-year meeting will be only the small event. With the one, we will have a more hybrid type of event this year. That will be conducted by the IOs, and then the other will online joining. So we have not finalized yet how it will, but still we put a budget for it. Then International Council, we are looking for a council meeting in Geneva in next April. By the time the travels will be more more relaxed. Even now, the people who are vaccinated can travel to Geneva, Switzerland. That is a positive thing. So we are all hoping that all of you, otherwise, if you do not do a physical meeting this year, this 2-year ICM will never meet each other. So that will be a big disappointment for all of us, including us. So then that we are working on that one, so that you will have the best experience in Geneva too. And then if everything goes well, we will have a new office by the time, if God willing, and you support for the legacy project. That would be a good celebration time too. Then other routine ones, the sponsorships and other subscriptions. Then we continue to spend this the SDS is as usual we allocated. Then RD Summit also planned to do it in Korea this year. You will have seen in the one where we will have the RD Summit there. Then we also need to do some promotion for the YMI, which is already I had shared with the communication team plan, where we can use some of those funds for hiring someone to be a consultant for developing a good communication and promotion strategy. Then we have Challenge 22 extension over and above if a new country extension, like as Rosanna was explaining her difficulties to form clubs for in another countries, SDS may not be fully enough. That kind of places, the Challenge 22 plan, we need to reach 100 countries where it is. We also need to reach several African countries, Latin American countries, where we should use part of this extension promotion under Challenge 22. Then awards and presentation as usual budget. Then hopefully next year also we are hoping that the market will give us better results. But we did not put any anticipate because this year was very exceptional gain because of the Indian rupee gain and also US dollar, and also our Swiss franc was quite performed very well. Then and also the of course our endowment fund performance also affected us in a good way. So that is the we also made a kind of a provisional budget for next 2 years. That is the 2 years more. That is just every year we review, and only then only we will add into that. We still keep the legal and expenses quite. You can see the legal and professional still continuing as 30,000 because we don't know how long this case will go. It's usually, according to what our lawyers are all said, it can go to up to 3 years. So we have to anticipate 30 years, 90,000 for the next 3 years. If he is not going to the Supreme Court, if he going to Supreme Court, these figures will be much different because Supreme Court in Bern, we have to hire new lawyers and stuff in Bern, where and then handling there it will be another issue. He is a very rich man. He can go to. He's a diamond merchant. He can go to anywhere. So then there are other P&L, the other Brotherhood Fund, and this one we allocated almost based on the average of this year. Then hopefully it will work that way without much change. We did not put anything that is unusual for us. Only thing is assuming that we will get a better results this year with regard to our program contribution income. So that's it. If any questions, you can ask us.
Okay, thank you, Vice and IT. Any question and comment?
Yes, may I?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rosanna, please.
As far as I understood, we are moving back the International Secretary to Geneva. That's good. What is going to happen with the office in Chiang Mai, and what is going to happen with the young staff that we have there? It's also going to move to Geneva, permanent staff, or will we have again a youth intern at Geneva?
No, the idea is that the current youth staff will continue in there because that is economically better, and then that office space, we have a office space there. It is relatively, it's very reasonably priced. Then bringing to Geneva is have a lot of legal complication now. With the long-term internship is not possible nowadays. So we will keep her there and work from there. So that is the idea.
Do we have figures on the cost of having Chiang Mai?
It will be around 15,000 Swiss franc per minimum is to manage, because there is a foundation set up, and that foundation has a fixed cost of audit and other stuff, plus the staff support and rent. Rental is only just a few hundred Swiss franc per month, because the YMCA is giving kind of a help for us. Then so that is why this is an economically viable proposition rather than bringing to here. So that is the plan. And then we are requested to Asia Pacific area also to utilize that space for area functions too. And also whenever they need an assistance, they don't have a full-time staff for the area, and then they can be partially utilized for some of the administrative function, which because Chiang Mai is good for in that area itself.
Any question or comment? Yeah, David Ruwal.
IP Kim, I would like to ask about the budget. That but before that, I would like to thank Amin and staff as well as our IT for the wonderful job done in preparing the accounts and having them audited in such a short time. My question on the budget is that we have not budgeted for any investment income, but we have instead budgeted for a negative valuation in investments. I would like to understand the rationale behind it.
This was based on our past year, because this year, because the year that we ended, it was surplus, but now the trend is going back again. So that is that's why, because in the previous year it was minus 4,900, and this year, but it suddenly came up, but again it's going downward trend. So that is why we talk with these auditors too also, so what could be the better to show it less, because otherwise that will be a big upset on us.
I would like to suggest that the investment committee pays more attention to this and see how the investments of the organization can be better safeguarded and improved.
Yeah, we have outsourced that portfolio to Pictet, the investment company, and we are paying for that. They are professional in that one. In all these last 20 years, they are managing our funds, and the experience was quite good, because even the investment that the YMCA has made, they have around 15 million. They did not get any results much, but ours one was much better this year, because this was much better. I don't know.
Yes, I recognize it. Thank you. Yeah.
통역 좀 부탁해요. 데이비드 루악, 당신은 이 분야에서 아주 전문가이기 때문에 이 ICM 전에 우리 회계 파티하고 IT나 또는 아멘하고 서로 상의해서
You seem to be an expert in budget or auditing field. So if you have any question about budgets or financial matters, please have more communication ahead of time with the IHQ and AMI. Thank you.
I just want to say thanks to ICM Joseph Koturan for his support for negotiating with the IT company in India. So this company owns one of his friends. So it was very, very helpful for us to get that contacts and a very excellent price. Thanks. We will record that his support.
Okay, thank you, Joseph Koturan.
May I respond to IP Kim's comments, please? Well, I realize, of course, that we don't want to take time talking about finance, but the questions I've asked is, I think, should be of common interest to all ICM. And no doubt that I will still be writing to ISG on other matters raising the finance. But the questions I asked earlier on is what all in ICM should be fully aware of our investment position, and we should not take it for granted to accept the budget as it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David Ruak. Is there any question or comment? Okay, now we will take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break time. Is everyone back? Thank you. Okay, we'll resume this meeting. Next agenda. Cancellation of Internal Convention 2022-2023 and the Centenary Celebration Alternative and ICM 22. As Josh will explain this agenda. Josh, please. Josh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, please. So we have the next item on the centenary celebration. As you know, we have canceled the 100-year the IC 22 and 23 already by through a motion, and we have to look for new place for centenary celebration. We searched several places where we can explore and conduct this event, and we thought that this Asia Pacific area, one of the place in the Asia Pacific area, could be a place where we can have this one. And we talked with Hong Kong and Chiang Mai, and also with Singapore and Taiwan. And we came to, we had a meeting with all the leaders in those 8 places. And also we invite the neighboring areas, Korea, India, where so that how many people can be, so we have to have a minimum guarantee for doing an event. Then we get a conclusion that how many people we can get. And we feels that there will be, we need to have a strong host who can handle this event. Then I would like to request Chamin, the area president-elect from Asia Pacific area, to present the plan of a centenary event. It is not an international convention, it's a centenary event, and to be held on the same date as we were founded in 1922. We were founded in 1922, convention held November 15 to 17. So our proposal is to have the event on the same day in 2022, November 15 to 17. And Taipei would come with an idea to host there. Over to Chamin.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. IP, Dr. Kim, IPE, Dr. Samir, and our IPIP, Mr. Jacob, and all the ICM leaders and APs. Thank you so much. And I have the pleasure to present our proposal. And for this Wiseman into 100 years celebrating events. And hopefully this COVID-19 will be finished and could be held in Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you so much. We have the pleasure to get this opportunity. Yeah. Firstly, can I ask the Josh to present my videos for their perusal? Can be?
Yeah.
please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a short video for our review of the past Asia Convention or International Convention. And actually, I prepare this. We have 2 videos, but I just sent 1 video to Joss for your reference. And I think Taipei is a good place for once again to be hold this 100 years celebrating party. Actually, we have 3 days, 2 nights for this centennial anniversary. All the programs and the events, I just follow our ISG, Mr. Joss, and all the programs will be included in this program. Let us explain that this our topic is 100 years celebration, and we expect about 500 to 800 person to attend. And our location venue is to planning with 5-star hotel only. And from the abroad, our VIP guests, we expect minimally 300 person all over the world. And the date, as Joe said, is next year, November 15 to 17. We like to definition of this celebrating as more meaningful or more memory, and for essence for our YMI, not like usually IC or AAC. The number 7, we have to be as a foster commit. We like to call about 100 new members in this during this event, and how to make our YMI with more ego and pride and vision, just like the ICM together here meeting, and we try to cooperate with our IHQ, what to do. And number 8, our priority and advantage is we hold a strong team with past experience for the club anniversary or convention. Also, next year I will be a AP, but I belongs to Taipei downtown North District area, and our RD, Taiwan RD, also from North District. So all the past team will be ready. We also plan to invite our President Chai and the TV to make a good deep report about the Wiseman events 100 years in Taiwan. There is we also worry about something is the pandemic still spread, still continue. And our cost from the 5-star may be costly. And the third comment is the time from now on, it become very rush. And in the hotel, maybe some other guys or other party to book before us. Then for the outdoor excursion, we planning to make 2 or 3 routes, depending on the total participants. And for the Taipei, for the international traffic, I don't think it is some problem because it is convenient from Europe to one stop in Dubai, then connection direct flight to Taipei. This is from European country. Second, Asian country, they have the direct flight daily, also no problem. The third, from North continental United States, like so, also has the direct flight to Taipei. So don't worry about the traffic. And accommodation surrounding our main hotel, we are be with medium quality hotels, price from $100 to $150 or even the $200, depend on the needs. And so something Mr. Joe's stating in the email, we still not yet confirmed due to this cancellation policy of the accommodation hotel. Second is visa policy. The third is deadline for registration. This kind of point I need to consult with our team when we today finalize to Taipei will be the best place for our centennial celebration. And our cost, I give the roughly quotation. I just in short, I say our total will be around the US dollar 269,245. I divided to 600 attendees, 600 participants. So each one will be $448 for the registration fee. And I calculated the rate is Taiwan dollar against the US dollar is 27.8. Second, the quotation is approximately quote. We may be revised or try anyway, we try to cost down. So our suggestion is registration fee per person could be US dollar 420. This is our proposal. And if you have any question or point now, can just let me know and I can answer you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, AP Charming, for presenting a detailed one within this short span of time. The big advantage for Taipei is that there is a fixed audience of 400 people, and that members will come join. And if you have another 300 joining from outside, we will have a good celebration. And the capacity of hosting is excellent. They have done it, good facilities, good team, fundraising possibilities, everything there. My only request to Charming is to make it the price a little more lesser, do something, a local fundraising or some sponsorships, and that will be highly appreciated.
And Mr. Joseph, I think yes, we will do the best to make the best calculation and try to satisfy the cost target.
Yeah.
But because of nowadays we cannot. First, we need to make sure now this event will be with the Taiwan region. Then we can call for our team and to make more details about this project. Yeah. If not give us finalized, then we are very difficult to make the project in all the items.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Kim Siham has a question.
Yeah, say
comment.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, AP Charming. Thank you, Dr. Kim. I was very fortunate to attend an international council. It was the youth convocation years ago at Taiwan, and it is Taipei is a beautiful city. Thank you for the presentation. My questions, I have two questions. One is, have we looked at or talked about the youth component and what that would look like and the costs of that? And my second question is, while we are still in this time of COVID, and it's in many countries, it looks like the situation is actually starting to get worse again. Have we looked at an alternate model so we can have a centennial celebration virtually, and looked into what that would look like? You know, I look forward to the day when we can connect in person. But I also think about the financial challenges that people have been going through over the last 2 years, and how it may be very difficult for some people to attend in person. So have we looked at ways of, or thought about some kind of virtual celebration as well, in case we cannot actually meet in person, or can have something that allows people to attend still virtually who can't be there in person? So two questions about youth and then about a virtual aspect.
Yeah, maybe I think it is more questions to me. This is a hybrid event. So those who people cannot attend, they can connect virtually. So that aspect is there. So those who can attend, they will be going. So event is confirmed. Whether it is with a small number or a big number, event will be there. So, but others will join virtually. Then second, the youth component is we have not planned a youth convocation with this one. This is not a convention. This is a celebration. Everybody is invited into that. So there is no separate event for youth in this part, in this program as planned, because we have so much of uncertainties, things, and we cannot plan any separate event, and that will cause additional risk at this moment.
So it's an inclusive event
Yes,
for all
members. All members. It's a celebration. It's a jamboree type of event. There is no formalities, things, and then we have some history things, and then more of celebration and rejoicing in our 100 years. And then last day, the program is focusing on the future. What will be our future look like? So we use some pre-recorded digital presentations and then pre-recorded history presentation. So all this will be pre-prepared before that. So it will be the virtual participants will also get a good experience, even if they are not physically present there.
Are we, for those who will attend virtually, have we looked at how to engage them so that they're not sitting at their desk for 7 hours straight?
We looked at some of the platforms where virtual engagement is possible. So that is also is looking at. But the limitation is only on the first day and the last day. Second day, when they are going out, outdoor activities, it's not possible. So the first day and the last day, there will be a virtual component there, and then we try to engage as much as possible in that.
For those who can't take part in the excursions, have you looked at the companies that do virtual team building internationally, and looked into doing some kind of a international, like an activity for those who are online?
The platform offers everything because the platform doesn't cost much nowadays. Earlier it was too expensive. Now this virtual conferencing platform, C-event and all, is not much. It's including registration, everything. The only problem is if the young people wants to create something on the second day, they can create a virtual event that day. Like that, we have to engage many people to prepare content. The content is the main issue. A platform is ready. Content, if we can create, I think we can discuss. There will be a lot of opportunity for creating fellowships, virtual fellowship during these days while the meeting is going on also.
Yeah, there are experts that you can bring in to lead the effort.
So please keep it short and clear, please.
Dr. Kim, I saw Natalia had her hand up. I don't know if she still has something.
No, it's just I was saying the same as Sa, and I agree with her. And I would like to say that nowadays with this form of Zoom events, this kind of virtual events, I think that youth, they are more engaged to join this kind of events. So I think that as we are youth, me and her, we could get more people to engage it, to join this kind of virtual event. So I see no problem to do hybrid events like that, and we could engage them. I see no problem. So even if we cannot get person there, so I think that we could engage people from, for example, me here in Latin America, we can engage them to join virtually. So
Thank you. That's a great support. Already we have a youth convocation happening in Asia Pacific area virtually, and there are several people involving in that, and they're running it in a very professional way. So we have many people, like, thanks Siham and Natalia for your offer. So if you combine all this, we will have many things to do virtually. Taiwan people can only do local events, but other people around the world can engage in a virtual engagement. So that we can work out that one. This will be an exciting opportunity for members around the world to engage virtually.
Okay, thank you, George. Lisa, next agenda. Presentation of International Convention 24B. The South India region has submitted a bid to host International Convention 2024 in Bangalore, India. We'll have joint presentation by MJ Matthew and Bob Oman. Go ahead, please.
Let me introduce both of them. MJ Matthews is the brand new regional director-elect, former immediate past club president of the Bangalore club, and Babu Oman is the immediate former area secretary of the India area. Both are very professional, engaged people. MJ Matthews was the vice president of the Reliance Petroleum, one of the largest multinational company in India. And Babu is one of the CEO of a French company, a big company in India. So it is, they are great leaders have joined as the host, representing the host. So that itself shows that how they are going to present the bid. Over to MJ Matthew and Babu Oman.
Thank you, Jose. Can you allow us to share the screen?
Yes. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Joss. IP Viceman Dr. Kim. Immediate past IP Viceman Jacob Christensen. IPE Viceman Dr. K.C. Samuel. ISG Viceman Jos Varghese. IT Viceman T.M. Jos, Vice Dignitaries. Good evening to all of you. I am Viceman M.J. Matthews, Chairman of the proposed host committee for IC 2024. We have already submitted our proposal, detailed bid along with all financial working to the IHQ. Now I'll be making a very brief presentation on what we propose to do for the IC 2024. This will give you a flavor of what IC 2024 will be. Before I talk about the IC, let me first give you a peep into why am I in South India region and Bangalore. South India region is one of the 7 in India area, a very active region with more than 1,400 members. Bangalore has 2 vice districts and close to 500 active family members. We have very strong leadership and committed membership. Wisdom originally started in Bangalore in 1942. I am very proud to say that I belongs to this club right now. Wisdom is well recognized and respected movement with impactful activities. We have strong presence and infrastructure of YMCA in Bangalore. Now to talk about Bangalore as a city, Bangalore is also called Bengaluru and is the capital of India's southern Karnataka state, center of India's high-tech industry and is famous being the Silicon Valley of India. City is known for its parks and nightlife. Bangalore city has a mix of modern and old architecture. And here on the right-hand side, what you see is some buildings as per the modern architecture. And this is the city center. And then we have this building, which is called the Vidhan Saudha, the headquarters of the state government. This Vidhan Saudha is a neo-Dravidian legislative building located in the heart of Bangalore. It's a very heritage building considered to be. Formal royal residences in Bangalore include 19th century Bangalore Palace, modeled after England's Windsor Castle, and Tipu Sultan's Summer Palace, an 18th century teakwood structure. Tipu was one of the Mughal emperors of India. Population of this city is around 12 million right now. Area is around 741 square kilometers. The weather in Bangalore is really pleasant and salubrious. Summer, the temperature will not go beyond 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 34 degrees centigrade. And in winter, the temperature normally stabilizes around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 16 degrees centigrade. This is the proposed logo for IC 2024, which we have tentatively finalized, but this is subject to maybe a little changes later, depending upon popular opinions. What we aim at in 2024 IC is this, that is, we want to make it a convention of the century. And also, we want to give every delegate an experience for his lifetime. And we propose to achieve this by dovetailing some additional format to the regular IC format by including these additional formats, like there will be a knowledge hub where there will be knowledge sessions, experts will be sharing and talking about their experiences. There will be a network junction which will give an opportunity to the delegates to connect with other participants from across the globe. This is basically a leisure area where you will have a food court, you will have a lot of stalls where various artifacts will be exhibited and sold, and even clubs from other areas and regions can put up their own stall to showcase their own signature projects, which will help other clubs to see and understand how the projects have to be carried out. And we will have a flavor corner, a food court exclusively, offering traditional food experience from across India. And we are also, the host committee is designing a few conducted tours, which will help the participants to choose from before and after the convention. There will be a craft mela where the participants can experience and own the local art and artifacts. The venue is this place. This is one of the latest and most modern 5-star hotel facility of the Taj group of hotels in Bangalore. It has got 154 rooms, all modern, with all modern facilities. There are 13 meeting rooms with capacity ranging from 13 to 1,100. It is just walking distance from International Airport, which is linked to all parts of the world. And this is the view of the International Airport in Bangalore right now. There is, besides the venue, there are ample accommodations available in the neighborhood, costing from USD 25 to USD 500 per night. This location is away from the city center, but at the same time, it is within the city. This is a glimpse of the facilities in Taj Hotel. In this room, you can see in the background the airport building. Through the window, you can see that. And this is the front elevation of the hotel. And this is one of the rooms they're showing there. And this is the infinity pool, which is available. And this is another picture of the rooms available and dining area. And these are the meeting rooms which are currently available. And there is, besides this, there is a huge auditorium where we can accommodate 1,100 delegates at a time. All this we propose to offer at a registration cost of USD 450 per delegate. This rate will be early bird offer till 31st December 2023. Those who register later will have to bear an additional 15% over and above the early bird offer, which works out to USD 520 per delegate. All these are based on costs for goods and services existing now. Hope there will not be much escalation in cost by the time the IC takes place in 2024 because of the COVID uncertainties. Just in case of any unexpected escalation in cost due to the COVID, the after effect of the pandemic, we will be consulting ICM well in time for suitable solutions. And even the 450 we calculated is based on a number of registration of about 450 delegates. And with this, we have a deficit in the budgeting, which we would propose to cover through donations and also through sponsorship and through our souvenir, which we are going to bring out during that time. So overall, we want to give all the delegates experience of the lifetime. And one thing I forgot to tell you, very, very, very close to the venue of the IC 2024 is an international level golf course, which is just about 15-20 minutes drive from the hotel. It is called the Godshire, which is a very beautiful place. Those who love golf, that is the place to go. Thank you. With the time available, this is what we could present right now. In case any clarification is required, I am here, and Viceman Babu Oman is also available. If anybody wants any clarification, we are willing to do that.
Thank you, Mato.
Thank you.
Is there any comment and question? No? Okay. This next agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kim.
Yeah. There are discussion and propositions. It is time to freely propose and discuss. After yesterday's ICM meeting, Latin America AFP Rosana sent me the motion moved by Brian and the second by Bjorn. However, since the content of motion itself requires amendment of Constitution, it cannot be adopted as an official motion. So we'll accept it as a discussion topic. Brian, you may speak first.
Sure. Yes, I understand the corner we're in about the constitutional change. But this situation is an example of why we need to change. You know, 8 of us got together after the training session, which outlined all kinds of encouragement for us to consider the way that we do business and to suggest improvements. And so we took that seriously and tried to put something together in too little time. We've gone around the circle a few times, and consultation with Sylvia, whose assistance we really appreciated. But speaking of Sylvia, in talking about the Constitution today, in one of her slides, she talked about how the world rapid changes affect us. And in the last year and a half, which is the COVID period, the way in which we live, work, meet, interact, and think has changed. Who could have thought that meetings would be like today's? Well, yesterday's was 3 3/4 hours of jam-packed presentation and very little actual opportunity for discussion. And the sequencing of meetings means that things that when we routinely meet once a year, that it's inadequate for an organization of this size and scope and global involvement. It is, and we would be the only service club in the world, not to mention other organizations and charities that try to do the business and keep up with the business of their organization in the world with only one legislative meeting a year. But we have to think about where this one meeting came from, as Sylvia outlined, is that it was written in our Constitution in an era before the internet was invented, and the only way to meet was to transport people much slower. I mean, we can fly faster and for less money now than we could 30 or 40 years ago. But still, it's very expensive. And this meeting structure is a product of a previous era. We're trying to look at the next 100 years. So we have to look at these other modes and to use them creatively. And so trying to jam the structure of a face-to-face international council meeting that has historically been face-to-face into the internet mode on Zoom is really frustrating, and it produces too long a meeting and too little productive discussion, and people don't have enough time to actually discuss and prepare to be able to engage effectively in a lot of the decisions that are being made, that need to be made. So we can still request, as the Constitution provides, additional international council meetings through the rest of this year to take care of things as they arise and that we need to do. But I would encourage the IEOs and our staff to consider that there is an incredible inherent flexibility in these online meetings that we have not ever explored. And that there's no reason why ICM 21 couldn't have been planned as a meeting that takes place over several weeks in shorter pieces. And that's just one suggestion. So I'm hoping that we can open a discussion that will continue on this year, because our one meeting a year standard system from our tradition means that by the time the next chance comes to meet again as a decision-making body, half of us will have changed. Half of those who were involved in it up to this point will have gone, and another half will be present who know nothing about it. And so this kind of lack of continuity from year to year slows down and progress in YMI. And it also produces negative effects where motions come up and get defeated because there isn't the discussion opportunity before the meeting to explore them. And then they go away, and then 2 years later, the motion comes back again, and it goes around and around and around. So these are symptoms of us needing to consider some changes in how our meetings are structured and provided, so that the ICMs can do the job that they're charged with, which is important and which we're highly motivated to do. And but we need, whether COVID is over and we can meet in face-to-face, which would be marvelous, we're still not going to be able to afford to meet 3 or 4 times a year face-to-face. So the new normal is a combination of face-to-face and online meetings, and we need to explore that like right away. So I'm open to suggestions on how we can move this forward without just tripping over provisions in our Constitution from a century ago. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. IS Josh, please give my feedback on behalf of IOS. Also, you are welcome to add your one opinion. Josh, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for openly raising this concern for the thought of other ICM members. So a few things I want to give a background of how international organization functions. From based on my experience, last 16 years, I have been working with the international level. For example, in the World YMCA, I work 8 years, and I work 4 years from us from an Asia YMCA staff, Asia Pacific staff also. And then what I understand, the dynamics and the role of the legislative bodies is very different from a board. The first thing is that International Council is not the board of directors of the association. This is the parliament of Wiseman International. You are representing all the clubs of the organization to take legislative decisions. If you go outside of the organizations to the countries, you see how parliament functions, how many times the parliament meet. 2 times some countries, 3 times some countries, winter sessions, summer sessions, and other sessions too. And rest of the time they work on their constituencies. So that is the parliamentary procedure that functions. Other aspect of why we have, the constitution does not limit one meeting. You can have ample number of meetings, but there should be an agenda item. If you structured into 4 meetings, quarterly meeting, you have to do that meeting even if you don't have an agenda, because otherwise you will be violating your constitution. Now our constitution give enough opportunity, more than 4, more than 5, with what Brian said, you can have any number of meetings, there is no issue. The other part we need to bear in mind, you are only seeing the meeting of 3 hours and 3 hours in 2 days. From an ISQ perspective, we have been working for this meeting for the last 2 months. Our staff time is being preparing. Otherwise, you could not have this meeting with such a background document. What happens after this meeting? When this meeting is over, we have 1 month time to finalize the minutes, to draft the minutes, get it approved by the IEOs, have consultations, and then finalize it, send it to you for review. And then after getting your review, we have to send it to all. That's not the end. Then we have to make executive decisions based on that comes out of these decisions, to make RD memos, to inform the RDs. These are the changes happen in our movement. Then they have to communicate the club president memo to the clubs, because as per our constitution, any decisions, policy decisions, International Council has taken is binding on every club. That means your decisions, what you made today, even to decharter a club, that is binding on every club. A decision, if this clause is not in the constitution of the club, they should know, at least they should know that there's binding. Every other constitution override on this decision. So that is why we have a less number of the legislative meetings, and then we need more time to communicate this one and implement those decisions. So this 2 months of preparation time, another 45 days of time for executing this one. So almost 3.5 months we are working on one meeting. Then how can we do 4 meetings in a year with this quality time? Second thing, I'm always encouraging ICMs to have discussions. This year also we have 2 meetings planned as we've been informed. We will have a physical meeting next year. But in between, the ICM should have more meetings without legislative agenda. I mean, you have consultative meetings. You can have any number of meetings that prepare yourself for a legislative meeting. You have seen 32 motions in the agenda. And then yesterday, Siam has the question why there was no mover and seconder, because none of the motions were created from ICMs. When the motion was being asked, we did not receive any motion in the deadline. So we have to create motions by the IEOs and the staff in order for a dialogue determine for, and I'm not saying that is wrong, but that needs time. That needs time and preparation. You cannot just came out of the motions from air. It needs time. So everything what we discuss, there is a background work. It's not just a meeting. It is not a governing body. A governing body should meet every month. That's what we are doing. Our board of directors is the elected international executive officers. the IP Troika and the IT. They meet every month. They evaluate, they oversee how the ISQ functions and all other activities every month. And every quarter, we have a meeting with the APs. And that's also been a new additions to that. So we have several of the meetings, and ICM is not the only place. ICM, if there is a need in the come out of the discussions, we need a policy decision, which can, our current constitution give us the options to call meeting at any time. And if you structured into 4 meetings, that means that you are losing that opportunity. And then you are creating a time, all the IHQ time will be working on 4 meetings in a year. Because if you are a structured meeting, we have to do in a structured way. Otherwise, the meeting will not be an informed meeting. If we did not provide these background documents and we did not execute the communication after the meeting, there is no value. All the decisions will be piled up like a history book and nothing will be acted upon. We need more time for executing those decisions. Many of the decisions are never executed. So this is more important for us. Equally important while we take the decision. If no decision is implemented, there is no value for that decision. So that is why we need to have a process in place in order to have a meeting, and that cannot be happen quarterly. And it will not productive meeting at all, and it will be simply coming and discussing same thing again. But if you have an agenda item, anytime IP can call a meeting, anytime IP is not calling, 2 or 3 ICMs can ask for a meeting, or even the clubs can, 20% of the clubs can ask for a meeting to discuss any agenda item. I think our wish, the people who crafted this, the articles of the association were great visionaries to make it as a progressive movement even this time. That's what I want to share.
Thank you, Josh. Are there any comment from all the ICM members?
Dr. Kim, we have quite a few hands up. Siham, Rosanna, Natalia.
Yeah, Rosanna.
Shiham has the first hand up, so I'll give her the first time.
Thank you, Rosanna. I appreciate the comments made by both Brian and ISG Joes, and understand the amount of work that goes into putting these events together. And no one wants to take away from the hard work that our team at headquarters does. And in fact, it's valued and appreciated. But one of the challenges I've been hearing since I've started in my term has been, I've been told the disadvantage of not meeting in person, not having a 3-day meeting to talk about all the reports and whatnot. And I agree with Brian's points about we have to change how we look at things and utilize the technology we have to be more effective and efficient for the points that he spoke about. Whether we change the Constitution or not, the point is we need to meet more regularly to ensure that we follow up and take action and speak to our roles as ICM members. I went through the documents that was prepared for us in the ICM 21 background documents in advance of this meeting. There are over 311 pages of content to review. While we were given a month to review this, there have been repeated updates to information that we've been sent. Staying on top of that is challenging. One of the things I talked about last year is the challenge of not being able to speak to all of the issues that the ISDs had presented and the APs had presented in the reports. We don't speak to those at these meetings, and we should. While I was the only ICM coordinator who spoke to my ISDs issues yesterday, we did not hear from the mentors who've been working with the ISDs. We did not talk about how to fix the issues that keep coming up over and over again. There was no follow-up discussed about that. One of the challenges of meeting collectively only once a year is that it prevents collaboration because we expect to come together once a year to talk about things. While I hear the importance of us being encouraged to take conversations offline, it's not conducive to a collaborative environment. And in this virtual environment, we've been making comments about how things, these questions aren't appropriate or that they're off topic, we have to remember that people learn differently and that it's not positive to publicly shame someone if they're asking a question to understand the context. And these things are also anti-collaborative. We really need to think about the fact that everyone has different challenges, and there's a lot of work that goes into prepping for these meetings, and that as humans, there's only so much we can remember, despite your textbook of notes you have with you to prepare for meetings in advance. But if we have time to meet more regularly, if we have time to hear the ISD's challenges and talk about solutions to fix these issues and then implement them so we can follow up at least 3 times a year, then the ISDs will feel like we're actually listening to them and acting upon their issues. Going through the ISD reports, we haven't talked about the challenges they've repeatedly said about leadership issues, and the same thing that the APs have talked about. We owe them as elected members the right to fulfill our duties by coming together to bring about changes and show that we're listening to their needs and responding accordingly. Thank you.
Just one clarification can I give to Siham? We have a platform for meeting all the ISDs. Last time we had 3 meetings with ICM members and the ISDs together to listen to their concerns, listen to their program. And ICM is not the only place we discuss. This is the place where you make policies, not to review the programs. This is policy making place. So we have to different. So we have to deal ISD meetings with ISDs in a separate platform, not in the context of the ICM. That's the only thing we are telling. We want all the ICMs to engage every day if it's possible, but not convening meeting every day ICMs. It's like parliament's meeting a whole year. So that's not the way.
Policy and program come hand in hand.
Yes.
Being a senior policy analyst, it's what we implement that leads
Dr. Kim, IP Kim, we want to listen another opinion. So Rosanna is holding hands.
Just a moment, Lisa. Rosanna, go ahead, please.
Natalia has number 2 on the conversation. I'll be after her.
Thank
you,
Natalia.
Yeah.
I understand all these points that Jose told us. I understand that we have a lot of problems and we have a lot of appointments, how to deal with appointment, how to prepare, a meeting like this. But I understand too that we can help in another way to prepare other meetings, because it's very important to have other meetings, I've already been in another border at YMCA. I know that it's very different too, but in other borders at YMCA and international borders I've joined as a border member, we had meetings on some month, for example, and as borders we help to prepare meetings so we can come together virtually, of course, and also here we can personally join it together. And so virtually we can join it together once a month to share a lot of problems that we had, and so discuss the terms. And for example, we can have other groups to discuss things in another meetings. And then once a month we can discuss, I don't know if you can understand, okay, but if you can't, then we can ask me. And once a month we can discuss together all the terms about constitutions, about motions, whatever. So I know that it's difficult to prepare these kind of meetings, but I know that it could be easier if we can have, kind of a group to help to prepare this meeting, you know, maybe a volunteer group to help this prepare, because it's virtually, you know, I don't know if
This is
just, I think it's very important to do this.
Natalie, this is the
Yes,
same thing
Natalia
I-
and Josh, please
Yeah.
keep it short, please.
Yeah.
Is it
This,
okay?
sorry.
Yes, Josh, and
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, just what you said exactly the same. In the YMCA, we have a board that means every month. But this is not, the ICM is not the board of directors of the wise men. No, this is this is your general body of the YMCA. If you like take local YMCA as an example, this is the general body. You represent the clubs, and the officers are the executive board, executive officers. So they meet every month. So we have another structure in our constitution defined administrative officers and executive officers. They meet every month. But the general body of the YMCA not meeting every month. They meet once in a year, some might 2 times in a year. That is the way they make policy, constitutional changes, and like that. The board is not the one who make constitutional changes. It is a general body only they can make it. So that is the difference. So this is a legislative platform where you have many of you APs are members. They have dual responsibility. They have the area responsibility and other members have more. What the World YMCA is doing, if Yamada-san is there, he knows that the World YMCA meets, earlier they were meeting only one time, now they have 2 meetings in a year. All the World YMCA executive committee members are divided into 4 groups, and they discuss themselves during the remaining period in the gaps. And they discuss, then formulate plans, policies, and comes to the formal meeting in the annual meeting and the second meeting, and they prepare more the proposals, and that's where they function.
May I
Okay,
speak?
so just a moment. This what do you think, Sylvia? Could you advise,
sorry,
please?
sorry, Mr. President, I have the word before her.
Okay, Rosanna.
What I want to clarify here is that we see, as a result of a training of the ICM this year, that as ICM members, we want to have more often meetings where we can discuss the different topics. What do you mean? Not only receiving the background and doing ourselves and getting into communication by email. We need to have those online virtual meetings, call it face-to-face, because we can see it and react from what we think. It's not the same in a paper written that what we say personally and the way we understand because of the different cultures. What we think is that those 2 days, for example, yesterday and today, that we are already at the time of ending the meeting and the agenda is not ended, to devote those things in different moments of the year when it's needed, and then the work for IHQ staff will be more or less the same in preparing the meetings, because the minutes will be shorter, the background will be less, the emails are already shorter, the RD memos will be shorter quite often during the year, even though we already have 4 RD memos. But what we think is we should have ICM meetings where we can talk to each other like if we are face to face. And that gives, as Ono already wrote in the chat, to have opportunity to interact. And for that, it could be an ICM. It's not a change on the Constitution. It's just to request the presence of more meetings, even though we know that the Constitution allowed us to request it. We want to see if possible to settle them as something, now that we have the possibility of use of the internet, of face them more often without needing to request them, and when we prepare an agenda, to fix the agenda with time and reasonable time. Almost 4 hours yesterday is not reasonable time. There's people that get up very early. We are all in different part of the work with different times to the meeting, and if we short that to 1 hour and a half in different days or in different moments of the year, will be much productive if we give opportunity for all the members to have the word in the different topics in a meeting. Thank you.
Sorry,
통역 좀 부탁해요.
Rosana, it is.
just a moment. 통역 좀 부탁해요. 우리는 지금 ICM 21과 MIM 에 따라서 스페시픽 ICM 우리는 최소한 3번은 만날 수 있습니다.
I'd like to remind you, we have not only one time a year ICM meeting, we have a special ICM, we have ICM trainings, and International Constitution stipulates whenever the request from ICMs more than 20%, you will be guaranteed special ICM. And I think I can understand the frustration of long meetings with many agenda, but there's items can discuss through the online whenever requested from ICM. Especially Sylvia, CRCC Sylvia pointed out the right you are granted from the international constitution. Whenever you want to meet face-to-face or on the screen, just make a request to me. I'm keen to the idea of meeting you often. If you have a special agenda to be considered, to be discussed, I will be ready to meet you. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes,
can I have a few minutes?
Yes, Saju-san. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I heard what Brian and others said, and also the explanation from Jose. I know we have a constitution mandatory once a year meeting, but the time we wrote the constitution, then that time we didn't have any Zoom meeting or virtual platform. But again, the issue here is we have much content to discuss in in a day or a few hours, so that if we have multiple meetings, we can have more discussion and it's going to be more effective. So with the since we have the virtual platform, I think it's better to have multiple meetings, ICM meetings in a year to discuss the official matters. That's my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Is any question or comment? Yeah, Sylvia, please. Could you advise, please? Is a microphone, Sylvia.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Kim. What is clear is from the constitutional point of view, you have all the possibilities. The structure is exactly as our ISG just explained to you. We have an executive body, we have a legislative body. Maybe here we are thinking within the box, we are inside the box, and we are not doing the most of present opportunities. As Brian said, we are meeting virtually. And my only comment is that we are now at the moment trying to do in today's time, no, not today's time, and 6 hours time, what with the same structure that we met personally in 3 days and a half, and please count all the interaction during times in which we were not sitting in a room and deciding things. We are just cramming them in 2 sessions of 3 hours time each that are evidently too short to accommodate that. So maybe if we think outside of the box, we can come with a better way of running this, at least one meeting a year with maybe 3 days or 4 days with shorter meetings, and then it's open to the International Council to request as many meetings as are needed for discussing issues in an agenda. It's not just meeting for meeting, it's meeting to do something that needs a legislative solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. This Josh.
Yeah, adding to
Yes,
what Sylvia
Sylvia.
said, this meeting is none of the agenda we can defer to next year. Can we change, can we decide the budget to next meeting? Cannot. Many of the things has to be start of the year. That is mandatory. The BF policy has to be approved if you want to implement anything this year. So that is why the first meeting goes long. The other special council meeting was only 1 day. You can invite anything. My only point is that we should not structure it as a board, and that is against the spirit of the constitution. That is, when you structured it, it become a duplication with the administrative officers. That should not happen. We were duplicating the same thing. Then we don't need to have then we need to relook the constitution. Why we need an administrative officer and a council? Why don't we merge it so that all the IVOs and the council members are only in one body? We don't need two bodies. We don't need administrative officers. We only need legislative officers or something like that. So then, yeah, when we have to rely on the roles and responsibilities of different. There is a responsibility that IVOS has to do. There is a responsibility that AP has to perform. There is a responsibility for ICM has to perform. So it is my duty to tell them that no, you should not overtake the other responsibilities. So that is why ICM can meet any ICM members meeting is possible, but not the ICM meeting every quarter. The members can meet for policy discussion and form consensus, and then comes to the formal ICM meeting. We already scheduled for we have the mid-year meeting where council it is running like a mid-year council meeting where all us are sorry, not mid-year council, where ICM members are also attending. When we have in April, it is decided to have a physical meeting where we will have a longer period of 4 days where we can discuss and decide everything in physical. Even if we online meeting has always the challenge, whether you run 10 times or 20 times, it's all running into longer times. That is guaranteed. And we cannot get best result from an online meeting. So we don't think that the pandemic has changed everything, but we are sure that we will get back to normal thing where we have physical meetings too. So that is our ambition, and we need to make policies only not based on temperamental problems, but on the long interest of the organization, where ICMs, parliaments are not meeting virtually. They are coming into the parliaments. Even this Shanawaz Khan and all their politicians, they know the legislative assemblies are meeting in person and take decision, because policy decisions are to be taken extra care, because that is not affecting only us, only the 15 members, that is affecting 25,000 members of the organization. So extra discussion, cultural differences, everything has put into place in discussions. That is why we cannot run a normal board meeting like that way in a council meeting. That is why it's a well-informed discussion, well-crafted discussions, and then outcomes should be very, very careful.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ISG. David Dua.
Thank you, IP Kim.
Comment. Yeah, comment, please. Yeah.
Yes, I empathize with ISG Joe's views that by having fixed quarterly meetings, we create extra burden on HQ staff. And with the limited staff numbers, I can understand where it's coming from. I'm also very happy to hear, to have the assurance from IP Kim that is open to having more meetings. I think and I must say that the points that have been presented by Brian, Seham, Rosanna, and everyone else, and even Ben Ono, are very valid points and should be considered very seriously. I think the devil is not so much the meetings we're talking about, but I think one, you call it consultative, Joes, and Brian is talking of ICM, maybe for lack of a better term. I think what Brian is talking about is that we need to have more meetings to address issues. You may not call it an ICM, you may not call it a legislative meeting. You can be a consultative meeting, but you must be open to organize such meetings so that we can come together to brainstorm, to talk about issues. Because with the limited time at the ICM, we have often been told that keep your points short. We are running out of time, right into the ISG. I think this is not the way we should operate. All right. I think we should be open to consultative meetings, call it what you may. And I think there is already enough provision in the present constitution to allow for that. There's no constitutional amendments required. And this year, I'm very glad that we are having more than one ICM meeting. You can imagine in the past, there's only one ICM meetings. As what Brian said, the ICMs come and go and they really have nothing achieved at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. You owe a chocolate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. This Sarabaskan.
Yes, SIP. I am also supporting the views of the ISG Jose and the latest view of David. Anyway, this is a constitutional body as just like the legislative status. And the beginning of this year, we want to take the decision, including the discussion of annual budget and other activity reports and our programs for the futures. After that, we can meet the review meetings in 2 times or 3 times, 4 times. That is depends upon the necessity of the things. Otherwise, it will be not helpful to change all these things. From beginning the meeting itself, our IP Kim and Sylvia CRCC clearly states that the difficulties and the constitutional conflicts about this motion. Anyway, now it is a conclusion that this meeting is for our activities, starting our activities and considering the budget proposals and doing our future programs. Also the centenary celebration seminar and the 2024 international convention, etc., etc. And after that, we can convene the meeting, not 2 days meeting. If it is a Zoom meeting or virtual meeting, then it should also be give possible time for 2 days, the 3 days or 4 days meetings, just like the physical ICM meetings, and discuss and evaluate the progress of the activities of the club level to international. This is my point.
Thank you, Sarabaskan.
Thank you.
Lisa, Brian, do you agree on this discussion?
Yes, I think that our suggestion of a quarterly meeting and the complications with the Constitution are a distraction from the main issue, which is we can't survive back-to-back 4-hour meetings and do good work. Unless you want more customers in your practice as a physician, we should try for shorter meetings. And so we need some flexibility, and we need a forum in which we can speak to this and plan it. I understand what Joseph is saying about the difference between the Parliament and the IEOs, but I don't really appreciate that the extent to which he sees the separation in authority and responsibility between us elected ICM members and the IEOs, who are also, at least some of them, ICs. So it's there's a big lack of connection between that thing that's supposedly administrative and this other thing that's legislative. This is not a sharp line between dividing these two. And I come into this role feeling some responsibility for a global view of us being able to work well together. And this structure of meetings does not allow us to do that, to work well together. So we need to, as Sylvia just said, thank you, Sylvia, you keep coming up with the right words, to think outside the box about how we run these meetings and talk about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, are there any discussion from the other ICM? Any discussion?
Joseph has his
Lisa,
hand.
Joseph Kotram?
Yeah, Kim, I'll take only
Yeah.
1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Number one, as Joe said, for a fruitful meeting, a lot of preparations is needed. And I don't know how we will go through the minutes or the workbook, etc. That needs a lot of time also. When we come to this meeting, because of the long agenda, certain things are not being discussed properly also. I stopped talking comments because of my last International Council meeting, Jacob stopped me from talking, and he has given opportunity for others also. That's why I was keeping quiet also. No, one thing, see, during the 2024 convention bid, there have been nothing said about the IYC. It is also a part of the IYC. Anand Jacob was also mentioning. I was also wondering why even IYCs of youth ICM, young ICMs have not said anything about that. So we are not getting much time for the discussion, fruitful discussion of any subject. That is another point. If it is, if the meetings are of long time, somebody said, it's a last time earlier physical meetings were for 4 days or 5 days. Now the meeting has been cut short to 2 days. See, even the physical meetings also, we have a lot of time, as Tracy said, we will be losing time for the lunch, etc. and blah, 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 etc. But the discussion time also, it is less right now in the these virtual meetings. So instead, we can bifurcate the agenda very in yearly opening of the year, what all things to be discussed, that is to be taken for the first agenda. And in a mid-year meeting, as Joe said, now it is common for all. Earlier it was only for ICM, APs and APLX, etc. Now it is all ICM. Other than AP and APLX, only myself and 2 young ICMs are there only left. That's all. See, that is that agenda also can be splitted, and we should have a fruitful discussion. We should, I mean, the time should be given for anybody. As Brian also said, or David rightly said, when we comment or setting something, our time is short your comments, no more times, time is going up. Then what's the need of attending the meeting? That's why I was keeping quiet. Very frankly, I was keeping quiet till now. Anyhow, let us think of a creative decision in this regard, so that it is a world forum, whether it is a legislative body or an executive body or a board, director board, we should think of in the universal time, universal feeling, and this body should have some discussion time for this one. And for that, definitely, Constitution has not restricted anybody to hold only one meeting. We can have more meetings also, and that should be according to the agenda. That should be done. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kotra. I want to change the discussion of topic. Yes, I have one opinion. As suggested by IP Casey Samuel yesterday, we urgently need to at least 10,000 club members in all 8 areas. I hope to elect 2 representatives from each of 4 areas: Africa, United States, Canada, Caribbean, Latin America areas, and form a task force that Samuel IP can lead. Also, I suggest that each area form a task force so that the number of members in individual region is at least 300 or more. I believe that our future is bright only when the region meets the stature of the region and when the area meets the status of area. We need to have right members to ensure our sustainability. What do you think? Any comment? Tell Samuel.
Yeah, this is a very important point, and we need a lot of time to discuss this. So I have asked our ISD to arrange a separate meeting with the IEOs and along with the others to create a strategy and approach. We can call another council or a general meeting to formulate a proper task force to attend to the areas which are weak. You have mentioned, that is this, Africa, Latin America, Canada, Caribbean, and all this. Anyway, you will say you don't need anything because we have to make somehow. They have to work and create an equal status with all other areas. That is what we are looking for. At least constitutionally, they should be capable, and they should be able to say that we are also a strong region or a strong area. That kind of a mentality has to come in. And definitely, I have said in the beginning, in our meeting, I said, we are bringing out a flyer with all these details inside, and it will be presented in the IEOS meeting that we are planning. And from there, we can give it to all these areas to start working, not only these areas, all the areas. Because our lookout is for additional, 25% growth in the first year, and the second year and third year, definitely with that, the proportionate increase, what I mentioned, it will definitely reach double, and that is the foundation we are looking for. And I need a week's time, before 10th I will present it, and I will be putting it in front of the IEOS meeting, and just have a look at it. Then we will form the task force.
Thank you, Samuel. This United States AP, Saju-san, what do you think?
I know each area is unique. I think if you look at the US, the issue what we have is, the members get aged, and at the same time, it's very hard to find new members. So by making this task force, I'm not sure how it's going to help, other than, the task force can finding these members or possible clubs, but which I think if you are within the area, the nature of the culture here, and so that, through your connections or any other more, you can create clubs or bring more people. But aging, you cannot do anything because a lot of people are losing from the US is because of that. Getting more people is a challenge, but we are trying our best to create new clubs, probably in the near future, within, I would say, a few years. But having this task force, I'm not sure how it's going to help, but if it's help, I'm willing to, accept that.
May?
Okay, Samuel, yeah.
Yeah, this is not the task force I'm talking about. Actually, my intention was every member in a club to work, to bring in another member. The task force never, I don't think it will work, but we have to encourage each club to make small groups and, get, if 4 members can bring 1 member in a year, it is not a big task. So that kind of an approach will definitely make 25% growth in that particular club.
That's already in the US side. Actually, this is one of the goal we use. We creating a task force already there in place. So we will try and see how it's going to work. Hopefully it will work better.
Let me present this to you once it is ready. It will take about 10 days time. We are discussing, and definitely I will come back. We have a meeting, IOS meeting on 10th of August, and I will just present it. Then, these flyers will come to every area, every region, every district, and it has to reach the clubs too. That is our plan. Thank you. Thank you.
IP Kim, may I just comment?
Yeah, David.
Thank you.
Comment, please.
I agree with IPE, Dr. Samuel, about what needs to be done. And I think the cross-fertilization of ideas is important, but shouldn't this be a directive to the ISD for EMC to drive this program to achieve the objective that's been set by IEO?
Okay, thank you. This Latin America, Rosana, what do you think?
Yes, thank you, IP. Since history, we are always talking about membership growth, and now we are also talking about membership conservation. I can say that as it is very difficult in Latin America, since the start of this period in 1st July, we had already last Monday the 75th anniversary of Santiago Club that has added 3 members more. We have also had yesterday a meeting on the Costa Rica Club that has added some members more. And also we have yesterday a meeting in the Magdalena de Mar, Peru, that has added more members. And we are having Viña del Mar in Santiago that is willing to add this semester more members too. So the effort is being done. The pandemic is not stopping from our work. We have had yesterday night, Mom and I, we were over 2 hours in the Regional Service Directors training for Latin America. And there we talk a lot about the work to be done in grow the membership and membership conservation, and also how to handle the different programs to promote the implementation of getting new members. It was talked not only through the projects that we have as, for example, Time of Fast and the possibility of use Heal the World together on that to gain attractions from members. So I think the work is being done. What we need is a bit of help, as David said, to see how to get a better structure for membership conservation and how to get involved at all levels on this topic. Thank
you. May I answer that, IP?
Yeah.
Rosana,
Samuel.
yes, Rosana was mentioning about the programs they have. They are already inducting members. I just want to tell her, what our intention is to speak to each area separately. After the IEOS meeting on 10th of August, we are going to have a separate meeting with all the areas where our presence is required. Definitely, Dr. Kim and PIP, Jacob, me, ISD, and IT all will be there, and you will be able to come, and you we will put a proposal, and you can also put your programs there. And we will work out a solution for bringing in additional members. And that is why for 4 members to bring 1 member in a year, it is not a very difficult task. And that is why we should make it work. And it all over the world, we will be able to, because advantage of having YMCA with us and their 120 countries and their membership, the patronage, it is all our advantages to us. So we can work out a strategy that will definitely work. And definitely we will inform you after the 10th meeting, each of these areas, and we will have a separate meeting with each area if possible, otherwise jointly with 1 or 2. And then we will conclude how to go about the membership campaign. And it is for all the areas we are planning, and we have to work that way. Because last 4 years we are working on it, nothing happened. We only have staying in the same level, it is 24,000, 25,000. We are not going up, and we have to see that it goes up in the next 3 years' time. And that is our, we should work for that. That is what I have in mind. That is what I just suggest. IP also just along with branding and bringing more members, that should be the priority. Thank you, IP.
Thank you, K. Samuel. Yeah, Josh, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. What we also need to think about the amount of investment that we need to put in for these areas to implement this strategy. Because if every region needs to achieve 300 members, the international needs to extend ample support to achieve this. And that also result-based support, we should find it, because we need to have a truly international movement in all respect. And then second thing about, there are a lot of cross-fertilization things can happen within our ICMs. For example, IP Kim is asked, you remember his daughter in Canada, that she's going to give a gift to the Wise Men movement by forming a club in Canada. So the same way, many of our friends, the other parts of the country, can instigate, can be an instrumental in supporting that target. To have 300 members in Latin American region, or even in Brazil region, or in Central Canada region, is not only the responsibility of that region, it is the responsibility of all our wish. So the whole movement support them. So that is the idea. It's not that to give them more pressure, but more them support, resources, with other possibilities, connections. And I will be myself be available to connect some of the difficult connections with YMCAs wherever it is needed. Yamada-san needs to be utilized. He has wider connection with the YMCA families around the world. So all this, we have to make an attempt. So do not get anything that the feeling that something coming from internationals to the region pushing something harder. No, it is not. It is a collective support that expand into a region to achieve its goals. And that should take that way.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Josh. Lisa, Prime Minister, what do you think? It's a microphone. Prime Minister, microphone. Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Kim, I'm not sure what you're asking me to do.
What do you think of about the task force?
Oh, okay. Well, we're working with the 180 DC project to develop, to do some research to help us think outside the box. I mean, we live inside our own subjective boxes. And so getting this group to do some essentially market research for us to see how we are seen by the wider community and how we might be seen better by the wider community, and to have that question asked by youngish people who have expertise is going to really help us. But you know, I've just asked for a second time to get feedback from club presidents, and I haven't heard back from one of them. So it's it's a challenge because we've got communication and engagement challenges at all levels, and it's going to you know, and I would jump in my car and go visit these presidents if I could, but that's not going to happen yet. I think, but just pushing people to do more when we're already kind of trying to do more is not necessarily helpful. I think it's going to take more conversation to, because as David said, our areas are different cultures and different things are happening there, and so we're not in a one answer fits all situations. We need to figure out what is going on from area to area, which is why this 180 DC project is just looking at the US and Canada, which have similar language, culture, and issues with aging out membership. You know, it's getting back 25% of the members who have left our clubs in the last couple of years would require us going to the cemetery to find them. That's our reality. So I think, and we, Samuel talked about, you know, the families. Well, India and other cultures in the world in YMI have families, whole families join, and that's a feature of where the energy and the support comes from. In North America and some other countries, I believe that family sort of joining is not a feature. It is not part of the culture. It's not what's happening. And we, frankly, in North America are suffering a similar fate right now with our lowering, you know, the lack of being able to attract new members who are younger is happening with all service clubs, whether it's Rotary or Kiwanis or whatever. It is happening for everyone in North America similarly. So that's a bigger issue than just internally in YMI, and it's a different issue than in other areas. So if the task force can help us find ways to focus on our particular cultural challenges to communicate and attract new members, then that would be great.
Thank you, Brian. It's because of time is short. It's we continue next agenda. Next agenda is motion is process. Before processing motion through Zoom poll, please note that only ICM should be voting on motion, no observers. Also, it is important to ask on ICM that you are submitting your votes. Please be sure to vote. Following 15 motions handled yesterday, we are going to cover remaining motion today. First, motion 16, moved by Brian Minell. The second, Saju Sang. Brian, would you read your motion, please?
Yes, that the Constitutional Review Committee procedure for new or amended area and regional constitutions be approved and widely disseminated from IHQ to the areas and regions. And
This second, Saju-san. This
Yes, what it
comment,
says,
please. Yeah.
whatever it says in the background and rationale, I do not have any other comments or suggestions, but we like to have a procedure to amend the constitution for the area and the region. Even for a new constitution, we have to have a procedure in the CRC.
So move is to speak to this motion. Is Brian?
yes, I think that this motion is just trying to do to move a customary approach, which has not been documented, and which is because of that, because the customary approach is working well when it works, but it's hard to share that information around, and so it's causing unnecessary work and time delays in processing these kinds of requests from around the world. So I think this is an important move on the part of the Constitutional Review Committee.
Thank you. Is does anyone wish to speak favor of this motion?
I Kim.
Yeah, David Dua. Go ahead, please.
I thank you, Kim. I support the motion, except I would like to ask, why are we only looking at area and region? Why are we not looking at districts? I thought districts is also part of our overall organization structure. So far we are focused on area, on regions. Maybe we should look at communicating down to districts as well,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is any speak against this motion? None. Put the motion on the Zoom poll, please.
Dr. Kim, Sylvia wanted to make a comment about David's comment, I think, before we do the vote.
Okay.
May I, Dr. Kim? It was just
Yeah.
that districts are not part of the international constitution. The position of districts is very, very different in the different areas, and that is why they are not. There's no provision here for the amendment of the district constitution, because really they are not a part of the constitution. Just they mention that the regions can subdivide themselves as they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Is put the motion on the Zoom poll, please, for voting.
The motion's
Thank you.
carried 11 yes,
Yeah.
1 no, 1 abstain.
Thank you. This motion is passed. And next motion, motion 17.
And Dr. King, just to clarify, we're now up to number 18 because we've already voted on the guideline change. So this is now number
I am
18.
sorry. Yeah, I am sorry. The international centennial celebration event to be planned in Taipei. Taiwan from 15th to 17th November 2022 to be followed by International ILD Summit. Any mover?
I can move.
Okay.
I can move. No problem.
Is that David mover? Any
Okay,
second?
I'm Shahnawaz Khan second.
Saravas Khan second. Is does mover used to speak this motion? David
Well, yes, thank you, Dr. Kim. I think Taiwan is a good, is a strong region, and it's a good place to celebrate our centennial. And I fully support the presentation made by our APE, Charming Shen. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the second is to additional comment to Saravas Khan?
Yes, it is a very beautiful place. I personally know that I visited there and I lived there, and it is a very good place.
Live there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone used to speak in favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion?
Rosanna wants to speak for the
Rosanna?
motion, Dr. Kim.
Okay.
For the motion.
Okay,
yes.
Rosanna, favor of this motion. Rosanna, go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
I thank our colleagues from Taipei to give us the opportunity to have a centennial celebration on the time of our centennial, so that it's very positive, and if they seems that they have been planning very well all the event, and it will be great if that is followed by the RD summit that it has been so important since Toledo the last time in 19. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosanna. Will anyone speak against this motion? No? Okay. Put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Or for voting, please.
Shahnawaz, can you mute? Thank you. Okay, that's 13. So it passes with 12 yes and 1 abstention.
James, count, please.
It passed. 12 yes. You should see on the screen 12 yes and 1 abstention and 2 absent.
Thank you. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 19. James, would you read this motion for us, please?
Motion 19, that each area appoint at least one administrator for the digital archives platform for the year 2021-22. This position shall typically be filled by the area historian where appointed and be occupied for a minimum of 2 years. The appointment of regional administrators shall be encouraged.
Thank you. Is there any mover?
I can move.
Rosanna,
Yeah,
is there
Rosanna,
a seconder?
Second.
Brian?
I am second.
Thank you. I got Brian first, so I moved Rosanna, seconded Brian.
Yeah. Mover Rosanna, second Brian Menel. Yes, does mover you speak this motion, Rosanna?
Yeah, I just want to add that we already have all the presentation that our ISD Debbie gave us, and also Tracy with the new implementation of the platform, and it looks very interesting and positive for us to be able to have accurate and easy founding information of our history. Thanks.
Does the second wish to additional comment? Brian?
No, it's we had a good discussion about it earlier with Debbie, and it's a good move. And I really like the idea of having this database in the cloud and located over located in a country where it's going to stay put and well supported over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Minal. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Okay. Now, put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Call for voting.
The motion's carried with 11 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Thank you. This motion is passed. This next motion. Motion 20. James, would you read this motion for us?
That the report of the auditors on the limited statutory examination on the limited financial statements as at 30 June 2021 be approved with A, the balance sheet total assets amount of 5,860,664 Swiss francs, B, the operating account with a surplus of 339,333 Swiss francs, total income of 989,538 Swiss francs, and total expenses of 650,205 Swiss francs. The restricted funds total is 1,531,764 Swiss francs, and endowment fund total is 2,942,997 Swiss francs.
Thank you, James. This any mover?
Rosanna?
Rosanna, that's any seconder?
Jenny.
Who?
David.
David, thank
David.
you.
Okay, thank you. This does mover used to speak this motion, Rosanna?
This is all history figures, so those are already settled and the figures are already shown yesterday by our Secretary General and Treasurer. So those are only historical figures with the information we received, nothing to add.
Thank you. This is the second additional comment.
Well, since the report has been submitted without any qualification, I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Thank you. Now, put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Call for voting.
Yes.
Thank you. This motion passed. Next motion.
Motion 21, that
Motion
the operating account budget 2021-22 with income of 987,000, expenses of 987,000 Swiss francs, expenses of 967,500 Swiss francs and a surplus of 19,500 Swiss francs. The provisional operating budget's 2022-23 with income of 1,047,000 Swiss francs, expenses of 977,500 Swiss francs, and surplus of 69,500 Swiss francs. And 2023-24 with income of 1,067,000 of expense, with income of 1,067,000 Swiss francs, expenses of 982,500 Swiss francs, and a surplus of 84,500 Swiss francs. And the program account budget's 2021-22 with income of 390,500 Swiss francs, expenses of 449,231 Swiss francs, and 2022-23 with contribution income of 410,500 Swiss francs and expenses of 436,510 Swiss francs, and 2023-24 with income of 410,500 Swiss francs and expenses of 436,510 Swiss francs as presented to ICM 2021 be approved.
Thank you, James. Is there any mover?
ICM Park Seung-chul mover.
Park Seung-chul mover. Is a second? Any second?
I can second it.
Okay. Some second. Does the mover speak this motion, Park Seung-chul? No. Okay. Is the second or any additional comment?
This is strictly from the financial statement, so there is no other additional information needed.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion?
David Luan.
David Luan, yeah.
I have my reservations on the way that the budget has been constructed. Thank you.
Josh?
Oh, it's just a comment, so we don't need to.
Yeah, comment please. Yeah.
He's asking about our existing model of constructing the budget. So we have been following this for several years. Maybe if there is any new way of constructing the budget, we can follow that model too in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Will anyone speak against this motion? No? Okay. Now, put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Vote for voting, please.
The motion is carried 11 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Thank you. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 22. James, would you read this motion for us?
Of course. Motion 22, that the following amounts totaling 90,000 Swiss francs be made available from the endowment fund. 30,000 Swiss francs in lieu of rent for the former HQ building, 10,000 Swiss francs to the IHQ accounts for administration of the endowment fund, 25,000 Swiss francs for YMI special development support for the year 2020-21. That's okay. And 25,000 Swiss francs for the next RDE summit.
Okay, thank you, James. Is there any mover?
Do we have a mover?
Move. David.
David mover. Any second?
Rosanna.
Rosanna, thank you. Does Mugo you speak this motion? Everyone?
Thank you, IP Kim.
It should be 21 for me too.
Can you hear me? While I understand that this allocation has been following the past practice, I am wondering why, sorry, the year has been changed from 20.
Yes, we've just spoken, Tracy and I, we realized that was a mistake. So the 25,000 Swiss francs for SDS is for the upcoming year, this current year.
All right. So what about the 30,000 and the 10,000? What are they? Are they for current year?
Current year.
For current year. All right. While I move in support of this motion, I still do not understand why we are allocating 30,000 Swiss francs to the operating income of the association, which has already a surplus for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Is Rosanna, the additional comment?
I was going to comment on the year, but Tracy and James already changed it. And if possible, I would like a response for David's concern.
Yeah, this is, this year we are not expecting the money that we expected last year because we are going to have the ICM meeting. We are going to have the RDE summit, and then that will reduce our operating surplus. And then the downward trend of investment return also will be negatively affect. So we need to balance the budget. Without this, we will be difficult for doing that.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, guys. Josh. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Okay, now put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Call for voting, please.
The motion is carried with 12 yes and 1 no and 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. This motion is passed. This motion passed. It's a next motion. Motion 23. James, would you read this motion for us?
Maybe Tracy is better. Motion 23 that BFB, the Société Fiduciaire Bourg-en-Fray Berin, SA Geneva, Switzerland, be reappointed as auditors of Wiseman International for the year ending 30 June 2022.
Thank you, James. Can you move on?
I can.
No,
Joseph is second.
I think I'll put Joseph as the mover. He was a little bit faster. And Rosanna, you're happy to second?
Sure.
Yeah. So mover Joseph, seconder Rosanna.
Is a mover this Joseph Cotra?
Yes.
Okay. Second is Rosanna. Thank you.
Yes.
Does the mover speak this motion, Joseph Cotra?
It's a well-experienced auditor is always auditing the same thing, and reappointment is justified. That's all.
Thank you. Is second Rosanna, additional comment?
Yeah, I've been reading the backgrounds and so on, but I would like also to have the point of view of our treasurer that is new on the position to see if he trusts this societe. That's fine.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? None.
So
Now,
Dr. Kim, Rosanna had a specific question. She was wondering if TM Jose can offer his comments on whether he trusts this auditor to continue.
Yeah. TM Josh.
Yes. You know, as you all know, they are doing very well, very good work. So we would like to reappoint the French auditors, six auditors, DFB.
Thank you,
Thank
ITTM
you.
Josh. Please put the motion on the Zoom for please. Overboarding.
It's unanimous, 13 yes.
Okay, thank you. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 24. James, would you read this motion for us?
That the auditors J. Krishnan and Associates Chartered Accountants be reappointed as auditors of Wiseman International Accounts in India for the year ending 30 June 2022.
Thank you. Is there any mover?
Yes, I can move. Aurelian.
Please, Figurolian mover. Any second?
Rosanna?
Rosanna, thank you. Does mover you speak this motion? Aurelian Figueredo?
This is only a reappointment. Last year also the same auditors audited our accounts. So there was no dispute. So I propose it.
Thank you. The second, additional comment? Rosanna?
No, I think our treasurer will agree also, as he said before, so that's fine, but positive to continue with the same group that is doing a good job.
Thank you. Does anyone speak in favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? None. Now, put the motion on Zoom for please. Over voting.
Just one person missing. There's somebody that hasn't voted.
Over voting, please.
There we are. It's unanimous, 13 yes. Thank you.
Let's count, please. Okay, thank you. All in favor. This motion is passed. Next motion. 25.
That ICM accept the bid from South India region to host the 2024 International Convention in Bangalore, India.
Thank you. Any mover?
Yes.
Yeah, David mover. This. Any second?
Rosanna?
Siham was first.
Okay, that's good.
Siham is the seconder?
Siham second, yeah.
Thank you.
This mover needs to speak this motion.
Thank you, IP Kim. I think it was a good presentation earlier on by RDE Matthews, except that I would like to request that the host committee consider the registration fee to be more competitive so as to attract more participants to Bangalore. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, additional comment?
I agree with ICM David's points, and I look forward to hearing more about the youth convocation, to the points that Joseph and Dr. Verghese made earlier. Unfortunately, we did not talk about that, so I look forward to hearing about plans on that And for more selfish reasons, I miss the food of southern India. So I appreciate the fact that this region came forward and put in the bid.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? No.
They are available.
Is yeah. Yes, Samuel.
Yeah, definitely you can add.
Yes, comment, please, sir.
You can add IYC also along with this, because the international convention and international youth convocation, you can add it. There is no problem, because it's always international convention is definitely IYC is a part of it. So I don't think a separate approval is required. So you can add in the motion if it is required, that's enough.
Tracy has just explained to me, Samuel, that we've just gone on wording of previous years. So, I mean, it might be better to specify the convocation, but I think it's always assumed that, perhaps we shouldn't assume, but that the convention also encompasses the convocation and all other associated events. So if there is to be a convocation, then it would certainly be associated with this convention in Bangalore. So I'm not sure if it necessarily needs the wording, but we've just used the previous model.
Thank you, James. This will anyone speak against this motion?
I want to speak in favor, may I?
Yeah. Rosanna, favor
Thank you,
of
Mr.
this
Phipps.
motion? Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think it's great to see that we have members in our movement that are still thinking that this will be possible to hold something face to face, not only in Bangalore, but also in Taipei. And it's always good to see that we continue working in a movement, looking ahead and with positive prospect. Even though it's been the only place that has requested to hold the ICM meeting, I think they are doing a good job with the presentation they have, and it's great to give them our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now put the motion on the Zoom for please. Or for voting, please. Thank you.
It's unanimous with 13
All
yes.
favor. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 26. To decide, yeah. To decide to selection committee for internal convention 2024 is closed. And the new committee established as the Internal Convention 2024 committee with PIP Moon Sang-bong as chairperson. Is any mover?
I can move.
Joseph.
Who?
Joseph Kottaran.
Joseph Kottaran. Yeah. Is any second?
I can second it.
Ori.
Thank you. Is mover in the second is any the same area is okay?
Yeah, it's okay. This is
okay.
This is not guideline amendment. So
Okay.
this is okay.
Yeah, thank you. Is does mover you speak this motion? Joseph Kottaran?
I was also a member of the site selection committee 2024 because there was only one bid received. There was no. It is now it is over. Also, that committee is to be closed. That's all.
Thank you. The second additional comment. Figueiredo, Orlando Figueiredo.
more than background and rational insight, I don't have anything to say.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Okay, now put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Call for voting.
It's unanimous, carried with 13 yes.
Okay, all in favor. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 27. That ICM 21 accepted the 2021 to 22 IP goals and the target. Is any mover?
Yes. Shanawaz Khan.
Shanawaz Khan, mover. Second?
And second.
Yeah, Ben Ono, second. Does mover speak this motion?
Yes, it is the IP's goals and objectives. It is acceptable to all. That's. Please start with it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The second, Ben Ono, additional comment?
Yes, we have to work hard for IP, Dr. Kim. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Over voting, please.
Yes.
All in favor, thank you. This motion is passed. Next motion. Motion 28. At ICM 21, approved the 2021-22 International Service Director appointment. Any mover?
I can move.
Yes. Shanawaz Khan.
I think I see Ham I heard first. Was that right? Thank you. And Shanawaz, you second?
Okay, okay.
Okay. So Siham mover, Dr. Kim, and Shanawaz Khan second.
Okay, thank you. This does the mover speak this motion, Sam?
That I appreciate the work that the IEOs and IP Kim have done in appointing these individuals.
I see meeting that's the
Okay, thank you. Let's move to second additional comment.
Yes, they are already started their works. They are attended training program and they started their works. It's good and enough. So it's accepted.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? None. Now put the motion on the Zoom poll, please. Call for voting.
Yes.
Thank you. All in favor. This motion passed. James, next motion. Yeah. Motion 29 that ICM 21 approved the 2021-22 committees and task forces. Any mover?
Yes, okay. Okay, Shanavas can.
Shanavas can move a second. Any second?
I think I saw David with his hand. I think David's the mover, perhaps. I think he was first. Shanavas, will you second this one?
That's right.
Yes, okay, it's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does mover you speak this motion?
Yes, thank you, IP Kim. I think the committees and task forces are well constituted, but I would like to suggest that there should be, an effort made towards adding new faces to this committee and task forces, so that we bring in new blood to these bodies. Otherwise we'll be recycling the same old people all the time. Not that they're not doing good work, but I think we need to bring in the younger blood, the new blood into the committees and task forces. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The second additional comment?
No additional comments. I just support the David's comments. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone speak favor of this motion?
Dr. Kim, I need to.
Saju Sam, go ahead,
Yes.
please.
I just want to make one comment. Whenever the ICM choose the committee members from the area or the regional, I think it's better to discuss with the at least the regional directors for the members you are choosing, how they are contributing to the wise men. That's just the suggestion.
Thank you, Saju Sam. Does anyone speak favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Overboarding.
It's missing one person. Someone not voted.
Absent.
Is anyone missing? No, there we are, 13.
Yeah.
It's unanimous, 13 yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the last.
This motion passed. Next motion. Okay. Okay, thank you. That ICM 21 accept the 2021 to 22 emphasis months. Any mover?
Rosanna.
Rosanna, thank you.
Rosanna. Brian, will
Any
you second
seconder?
this one? Seconder, Brian, perhaps?
Brian? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Brian, thank you.
Does mover you speak this motion, Rosanna?
I want to keep what it says on the background and say also that it's always great to have emphasis months because gives power to the regional area and international service director to have an opportunity on the year to specify or to develop a little bit more on each program or topic that we have. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, additional comment?
Actually, the one that came through this morning on BF, that had a mover and seconder, didn't it, obviously? Came from David, didn't it?
Yeah.
I was just wondering, did Tracy put this calendar of emphasis months in the package because I couldn't find it? Or has it been not constructed yet?
I believe it's in the background documents on Google, but it follows very closely to the ones, the same ones that we did this year. But if you haven't seen them, I'll definitely make sure that they're in that folder and share them after this meeting with everybody.
They're also on the website. If you go to the webpage of the International President, you'll see them listed there.
David, Brian, it is already on the background document. It's the second document that we receive. If you want, I can share it.
Thank you, Trish. Yeah. Does anyone speak in favor of this motion? No. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now, put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Or for voting, please.
Just waiting for one more vote. Thank you. 13 yes.
Okay, thank you. This motion is passed. Next motion.
May I address the chair before the next motion?
Motion 31. That all reports submitted to ICM 21 be recorded as accepted with appreciation.
IP
Any
Kim, we
mover?
have a request before.
What?
David has a question,
request.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Kim, I'd like to know.
Yeah, David,
whether-
yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether the motion I've submitted with regard to the review or setting up a task force to review the BF policy.
It's coming, David. It's
coming, David.
after this one.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Do we have a mover for this motion?
I can move it.
Thank you, Siham. Seconder?
Yeah.
Rosanna?
Rosanna, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Does mover you speak this motion?
I just I echo what's in the motion report. I thank everyone who completed the report and took time to share their thoughts and discussions. And if you haven't had the chance to read the documents, I encourage you to do so, as I know people put a lot of time and effort into these. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Second, additional comment?
Yeah, I want to add that it's always great to see that we have so many members that work a lot for our organization and they deserve our appreciation. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anyone you speak favor of this motion?
I would like to echo the appreciation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Will anyone speak against this motion? No. Now, put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Call for voting. Thank you. This motion is passed.
13 yes.
Next motion.
So this is motion 32, and it already has a mover, which is David, and it's seconded by Rosanna.
Okay. David Rua, this motion is read, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. I've studied the BF policy very carefully, and I think that it is time that we review the policy as it stands right now, because the last review was done in 2017, and the objectives have been laid out here, and I hope that we can set up a task force to look into this with a submission of the report before the end of this term. Thank you.
It's a third mover. David Rua, you speak this motion.
Sorry, I've spoken for the motion, isn't it, Dr. Kim?
We can move to
Dr. Kim,
Rosanna.
do you hear
Dr.
me just now when I spoke for the motion?
Okay, thank you. This second,
I
Rosanna.
do. I do
Additional
agree
comment?
with what the motion said, and it's always good to review our policies and work on them. So that will be great.
Thank you. Does anyone you speak favor of this motion? None. Will anyone speak against this motion? No, thank you. Now put the motion on the Zoom floor, please. Or for voting.
Waiting for the last vote. Just one more.
Or for voting, please.
Thank you. 13 yes.
Thank you. This motion passed. Next motion.
Dr. Kim, that's all the motions that we have in the agenda.
May I ask a question?
Hey, Rosa. Rosanna, yes, go ahead, please.
Regarding this last motion, and that we are talking about the task force established to follow the review, we need a motion to create that particular task force, or it's a work that is going to be given to the review manual review committee?
I think the IOs will find some task group members, and then they will formulate a review together with the current BF committee members, and then present it to the ICM, because it is not just a form, it is a total review. Manual review committees are always updating the manuals, but we need to make some decisions in that. So that after the ICM decision only, the manual review committee role will come.
Then at this task force is not on what it's already voted and approved. Do we need a motion to create that specific task force?
I think that's included in this motion. It's implied that a task force needs to be created.
Yeah,
okay.
That is the role of the administrative officers to create task force and bring out the chair.
May I speak, Dr. Kim?
Thank you.
May I speak, Dr. Kim?
Yeah. David, please.
Yeah, I think this is not just the work of the manual review committee. No. We are talking of the review of the policy. And although it is the role of the administrative officers to organize a task force, I would like to offer myself to be in a task force. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. James, we finish motion?
Yes, that's all I have, Dr. Kim.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. This next agenda, future meeting and other business. As Josh will speak about future meeting schedule and other business. Josh, please.
I've shared the meeting plan for the year, and you will have, if you have some comments on it, you can make it. But what more important is to see, we have a few meetings with the RDs and APs in 2 slots. Then that will be organized in November. And then IOS and AP meeting on this 24th of September. So please take a note of that one. And then we have the International RD Summit. The Korea area came forward to host the RD Summit immediately after the area convention. So that will be in January. So this will be, we are still assessing the pandemic situation, how people can travel. But by end of November, we will take a final decision whether we can travel. If there is any possibility, we will hold that in Korea. And thanks to AP Park for hosting this event there. Even if not all the members cannot participate, we can still do kind of an hybrid event, and keeping this as a great opportunity. One of the great thing in doing in Korea is that out of the 44 RDEs, 11 are from Korea. Then the other meetings, we have to take a note on the date. In April, our the mid-year meeting dates, that is February 25th and 26th, that will be on Zoom. And then all the ICMs are expected to participate without fail. Then April 20 to 23, we have the physical meeting of the ICM. We are planning to do it in Geneva. We will let you know earlier how the visa processing, as I informed earlier, the Switzerland has relaxed the people to travel to Geneva, Switzerland. Those people who are vaccinated, I will send you the list of approved vaccinations that is approved in Switzerland. So I hope that most of you will be vaccinated by that time, and then you will be able to come. Then the other AP meetings, IO AP meeting also been mentioned here in a March and all. And then we have also meeting with the ISDs. Last time, the meeting with the ISDs where all ICMs were participating, that was quite good, and it was encouraging for the ISDs to come and present how they are doing. So this time also we have meetings, 3 meetings with them. And then also we have the second AP meeting, where after the second semester reporting, then we will analyze how we are progressing with the RDs. Then the new ISD training will be end of June, like what we done last time. So we have a series of meetings, or mostly organized without conflicting with the other areas. So whenever you plan your other meeting, please keep this as a schedule. In case any of the serious problem for these days, many people cannot attend, then please let us know. This is not the final dates, but if we can need it, we can make some slight changes whenever the ICMs feels to do it. That is also acceptable.
Any comment and question?
Yeah, may I? I would like to ask a few questions.
Yeah. Rosanna, please.
Yes, thank you. I see that late in November, I mean late because we already have July, August, September, and October, and half of November gone before we have the meeting with the regional directors of an area presidents. It's possible to move that earlier, because we are trying to see and encourage our members and regions and areas to work and make their donation for the programs and for everything on the first semester. And I found that this kind of meeting could be very positive to see, to have a good approach and promotion. And these meetings late in November, it's almost the first half of the year gone, the first semester gone. And also on, if you scroll a little bit down, please, Jose, again, our new trainings, when trainings are given, I always try that those be done earlier. We are giving training for the ISDs in late June, and they start on their position on 1st July. Training I would like to have earlier on the year, so the ISD that is going to follow later on has more time to see their work and to follow with a better way. Same I have requested for the ICM training for next year.
Yeah. Okay, that is good suggestions. I think we can can we do it in August for the AP meetings? It will be too early, no? It is, or September.
No.
No, it's okay. So,
I don't know. For me, it's fine, August. I don't know for the rest, but for me, August is better than November.
okay.
You are thinking on the vacations?
Yeah,
Something
it's
I think
sometimes.
Okay, then let
Yeah,
me tell you, February is August in the South Hemisphere, and we have the mid-year meeting and everything in January and February, and that is summer in the Southern Hemisphere. So for me, that is not any. Sorry, Jose, I know why you are smiling, because I always say the same. We didn't hear today the voice of our past media president, but it's something that I always relate. For me is the same. If it's August, it's summer in the North Hemisphere. If it's February or January, it's summer on the South Hemisphere. So that's not the point.
Okay.
Joyce, maybe we can circulate this document, and if
Yeah.
there are any conflicts, people can report back. It's going to be a little bit hard to take everybody's feedback now, and it's getting late.
Yeah, this too, we will consider this one. Moving the ICM new ISD training and adding an ICM training before in this place. So I will circulate it again based on,
Thank you.
on that. Mr. Park.
Yeah.
May I?
Oh, sorry.
박승철. 박승철.
미스터 조스, 내년 8일부터 10일 하는 RD 서밋 날짜를 하루 땡겨서 우리 에리아 컨벤션 하는 그 날짜 같이
Can I suggest RD Summit schedule from 7 to 9 will be ideal, because area convention highlight will be on January 7th. Could you make it? Reschedule RD Summit from 7 to 9.
Okay.
So when we circulate this program, I will answer that.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I can add one more thing, can I?
Yeah.
네. 고이드 프레스 박승철.
이 스케줄 말고 광고 일정 조정 말고 나중에 저한테 이야기할 수 있는 멘트 할 수 있는 기회를 주시나요?
네, 없습니다. 지금 말씀하시세요.
시간이 너무 길어지니까 제 노트북에 열이 받아가지고 잠시 에러가 났어요.
I had something to share with you, but I can't open my file in my laptop because meeting
RD
prolonged.
トレーニングのは AP 出るんかな、どっちが出るんか。AP
제가 그 시간이 어제 제가 그 보트에 모션이 11개였나요? 3번 투표하고 제가 3시간 딱 체험해서 서울에서 대구로 가야 하기 때문에
The
마지막
reason I couldn't vote yesterday because I need to get on the last train heading my home from Seoul to Daegu. So I'd like you, I ask you just note that I have been here and I fully participated in June poll. So likewise, all other ICMs who are spending a lot of time and energy here, with my appreciation, if I can suggest something, I'd like to have more efficient and short meetings. And there's a limited number of people who speaks always. I also like to voice my opinion, but I'd like to try at the same time to reduce the ICM time by not talking much. I'm always grateful about the ICM. Many people suggesting more frequent times of meeting, but personally speaking, I am dreadful of this kind of meetings. So we have 15 ICM members total, and it would be appreciated if the more opportunities fairly
Thank you.
given to all ICMs. Thank you.
Thank you, Park Sung-chul. Yes, any comment? No. Yes, next agenda. Now, let me invite IP Jacob for cross remark. Jacob, please.
Thank you, IP Kim. Thank you to everyone for your participating in ICM 2021. It has been 2 days with a lot of information and not very much space for discussions. As we all know, meeting online will never be ideal for a council meeting, but this is the opportunity we are being given in this in this COVID-19 situation. At the ICM training in the beginning of July, we tried to give you some tools and insight in your work as ICM member. It is important to know the duties and how the game is playing. We have also tried at the training to be familiar by using time with ego presentations. Now the ICM meeting has ended, and I appreciate everyone's good nature and patience in this process. I hope each of you feel satisfaction and don't feel you have wasted your time. I will end this closing remarks with a big thanks to Joes and the staff members for this huge and enormous work you have presented for running this meeting. Let us hope and pray that we can soon meet face to face. Thank you very much, dear friends.
Thank you, IP Jacob. We invite the ISD Carl to Jensen to offer closing prayer, please. Carl.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for being together with you for 2 days, listening to all your many words and decisions and discussions. Now we have to end with a short prayer. I would like to read from the Bible, one of the texts following tomorrow at the church service. It's from the Romans chapter 8. For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the children of God. For ye have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear, but ye have received the spirit of adoption, whereby cry, Abba, Father. Bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us the possibility to be together in this very special way without being together. And we ask you to help us to use so that we can listen and talk and do both in the right time. We ask, help us to lead our movement in this coming way we have decided to do, and help us to lead as leaders and as listeners. We ask you to give us the possibility to be wise men for this very special coming year where we start our centenary. And we hope that all of us will be able to participate in the celebration
some way, somewhere, somehow, in our clubs, in our districts, in our region, in our area, and internationally. We have so many things to say thank you for, because we have been living in this time where Weizmann was our possibility. And we have right now so many difficulties to do as Weizmann as we normally do, and to be together in the way we want to be together. So we to be together in other ways, and how to do our duty in the best way. To give our movement a possibility of what we want to build a better world. Help us, all of us, and have confidence in us, and give us your forgiveness when we are not able to do what we have to do and should do and maybe could do. We ask you to lead us as leaders of our wonderful movement for this coming festival year. Help us to be leaders. Help us to pray in silence. Everyone, right now, just a moment of silence and reflection where we can pray as we want everyone for ourselves. And let us close our praying by praying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Carl. This concludes ICM 2021. Everyone, thank you very much for your active participation and your effort. Stay healthy until next time we meet. Bye-bye.
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 Thank you.
See you later.
동기님 수고했습니다.
Good night. Good night. Good evening. Good morning.
수고 많으셨습니다.
Good night and good morning. Thank you
수고했습니다.
very much.
Mr. Jos, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Dr.
Bye.
Samuel and IB Jacob.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
See you in Korea.
수고했습니다.
See
Mr.
you,
Jos,
Jos. Now you can have a good rest.
수고하세요.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank
Sylvia.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Mr. Samuel.
Sure. Good luck.
Andy Samuel.
See you in Taipei. See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. See you.
And see you in Geneva, all of you. All of us will meet in
sure.
Geneva.
Sure.
And then
Okay, thank
hopefully
you.
we'll have a new office.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Do we wake up Yamada-san? Joyce. I think it's midnight where he is. He's fast asleep.
My ex-boss is sleeping.
Yeah, poor guy. He's exhausted.
He's exhausted. He's.
I think we turn off the meeting for him.
Yes, yeah, turn off.
Okay.
I think Marlin will wake him up now.